have issues on climate change. You realize that we have erratic rainfalls, and some parts of this country do not get any kind of rainfall at all, and this is a very big concern. We have had issues on access to various vaccines, including the COVID-19 vaccine, which is still a problem because there are parts of the globe that are still affected, and also issues on biodiversity. This therefore shows that there is need for universities, TVETs, and research institutions to provide technical solutions to problems that I have mentioned, and this is for the purposes of improving the livelihoods of our people. Intellectual property management in universities, TVETs, and research institutions is therefore critical in ensuring that research and innovation output is properly protected and commercialized. It is key to note that universities do produce a lot of research, and there's a lot of innovation outputs, but the challenge that is noticed is that there is very little benefit that universities are getting from such outputs. There is a policy from universities, the publish or perish policy or mentality, which has to be done away with, and we should now focus on inventing, protecting, publishing, and then commercializing. If we focus on publishing before we protect, then we will lose a lot of our inventions, and that is not what we want. Most of the times you find that we attend exhibitions, and in those exhibitions we lose a lot of our intellectual property just because we have not been able to protect. Therefore, we need to adopt the model that we should invent, protect, publish, and then commercialize. It is clear that universities have a role of teaching and research as their main function, and therefore they may lack capacity to be able to market and get value from the various innovations that they come up with. And there is thus a need for the various universities, TVETs, and research institutions to work on creating linkages with the industry to help in commercialization of the various IP rights that are generated from these institutions. And I'm pleased to note that the theme for this event is commercialization of research output and innovation outputs, and this therefore means that going forward we should work on commercializing the various IP rights that are in this institution. What maybe as an institution, as Kabarak, we need to do is to have an inventory of the various IP rights that we have, carry out an audit to establish what are the patents that you have, what are the trademarks that we have, and then work towards protecting and commercializing. Having a good intellectual property policy will also ensure that the benefits that arise from the various IPs are commercialized and distributed in a fair and equitable manner that recognizes the contributions of inventors, the relevant institutions, and other stakeholders. This is very critical that in addition to having a research policy, that there should be an intellectual property policy for the institution, and this will assist in considering issues of distribution of the various revenues that may be generated from the IPs once they are commercialized. Having these policies will also ensure that both the intellectual property owners and other products of research, the IPs, the various IP rights and other products of research are made available to the public through an efficient and timely process of technology transfer. And there is also need to stimulate research and innovation in universities, TVETs, and research institutions. And in this regard, KIPI has been assisting various institutions to come up with their own IP policies, which will outline clearly how the individual institutions, lecturers and students will share the commercial benefits of their innovations. So we would like to ask Kabarak to work with us if there is no intellectual property policy, to come up with an indicated, well-stipulated policy that itemizes the contribution of the various stakeholders and how these stakeholders can be able to benefit from the various IP rights once they are commercialized. In collaboration with the World Intellectual Property Organization, we have also been working with various universities and TVET institutions to set up technology and innovation support centers to facilitate research and to also facilitate the access to information on various innovations. KIPI has signed MOUs with various institutions to set up technology and innovation support centers, and currently we have 15 institutions in the country that have the technology and innovation support centers. And we believe that in collaboration with the Kabarak University, we should be able to set up a technology and innovation support center to support researchers, lecturers, students, and members of the communities around this institution to access the very specialized databases on intellectual property from across the globe free of charge. And these centers will also assist in reducing the cost of investment in protecting various assets. So with the Technology and Innovation Support Center, we should be able to allow the learners, the researchers, to have access to various global databases that will assist them in carrying out their research, and this will also assist, limit them in terms of utilization of research funds that maybe can be put into some other activities, because these databases, once we have the Technology and Innovation Support Center, they are free of charge. And just to know that even under our Constitution of Kenya, access to information is key in helping us to be able to get information that will help us in developing various technologies. With a sound IP system, innovators and investors in research and development are assured of recouping a return on their investments, since their IP rights, assets in form of patents, trademarks, utility models, plant breeders' rights, or copyright are safeguarded, leading to an increase in innovative and inventive activities. So this is very key that we focus on working on our institutional policies and also the development of a Technology and Innovation Support Center that will enable us to access information that will assist us in researching. Yesterday we were told that innovation is biblical. And the first innovation, the basket that was a savior to Moses, was a great innovation that we need to consider, that we are not looking at innovation as rocket science. There are various innovative things that we can come up with that can be able to solve some of the small or big challenges that our societies are facing. We had issues with the locusts, and many people were trying to look for various solutions. Others were using the old type of solutions, hitting the locusts with with branches. Others were thinking that the best way maybe is to spray these locusts from above using aeroplanes and all that. So this is just a challenge to us to think of various innovative solutions that will solve these small problems that we have. We have a food security problem. People are dying, and we can come up with various technologies under the patents or plant varieties system come up with various seeds that can withstand drought and other technologies that will help us solve this problem. I wanted to make a small presentation. I think there's a challenge in showing the screen. But maybe as they are working on that, let me introduce to you Kenya Industrial Property Institute. Kenya Industrial Property Institute is a government parastatal under the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. And this organization has been mandated to carry out various functions. Now, the Institute was established on 2nd of May 2002 upon coming into force of the Industrial Property Act of 2001. And previously, it used to be called Kenya Industrial Property Office. But with the 2001 Act, it changed to Kenya Industrial Property Institute. Now, you might be asking yourself, what does KIPI do? We've heard a lot about innovations, inventions, but how does KIPI assist innovators or inventors in terms of protecting their inventions or innovations? Now, I would like to outline to you the functions of KIPI. And one of the main functions is to consider applications and grant registration for various industrial property rights. So basically, as an organization, we administer industrial property rights, and the industrial property rights refers to patents, trademarks, utility models, and industrial designs. So in consideration of your applications, we receive applications filed by Kenyans, and even those ones that are filed by foreigners. And we process those applications. We look at those applications to confirm whether they comply with the Kenyan laws, and we register if they comply with the laws. And the registration is to give the applicants or the registered proprietors exclusive rights to be able to enjoy their intellectual property. We have various databases that we access globally to be able to know whether the information that you've brought to us is information relating to new inventions or innovations, especially when it comes to patents, so that they comply with the laws as relates to novelty when you are filing. So we consider applications and register those applications, and this is in relation to industrial property rights. Then we have also the mandate of providing to the public industrial property information for technological and economic development. So we have information on various technologies that have been registered in Kenya. And we can also give you information on technologies, or we show you where you can access information on technologies that have been registered globally. So we give you this information, like for the inventions or innovations that have been registered in Kenya, and it's for you to use this information to see whether you can do further research on what is already existing, or you can be able to modify what is already protected and come up with other solutions. Then we also promote inventiveness and innovativeness in Kenya, and we encourage people to come up with various solutions, various technical solutions to some of the problems that I've highlighted that are facing us as a country. And also, we do organize and conduct training and competitions relating to industrial property rights. And we have done this especially through forums like this, where we have, for example, training opportunities. We sensitize institutions or the public on industrial property. And in terms of organizing and conducting competitions, we have done that, especially in the World Intellectual Property Day, where we have called for innovations and allow people to participate, and at the end of the day, we make awards. So basically, our work is on protection, and in addition to protection, we also give you advice on commercialization. For those who have passed through our stand, you might have encountered this book, which is an industrial property rights guidelines for commercialization. So we work with institutions to also give information on commercialization of the various IP rights that you have or they have. So what we do is that we facilitate acquisition of technology through registration and regulation of patents, utility models, industrial designs, and trademarks. We have been talking about intellectual property rights, and somebody would ask, what is this intellectual property rights that we are talking about? Some students were telling me we were referring to our sessions. In the previous sessions, we were talking about IP, and some of them came to ask, they came to the stand to ask, what is this IP? Is it an IP address? So IP in this context is the short form of intellectual property. And in terms of definition of intellectual property, we'll say that these are intangible property, and it basically entails creations of the mind, and they include patents, trademarks, industrial designs, copyright, and related rights that are usually used in commerce. So intellectual property is wide. You can talk about intellectual property in the sense of industrial property, and industrial property refers to patents, utility models, industrial designs, trademarks, and geographical indications. There's also another subsect of intellectual property where we have copyright, we have literary and artistic works, and there's another category of rights known as related rights, where we have performers' rights, producers, and broadcasters. I think that will be highlighted in detail by the Kenya Copyright Board. Then we have what is known as traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. We also have plant breeders' rights, and there's also another subsect known as trade secrets. So those are various categories of intellectual property. So intellectual property is wide and divided into industrial property, and there's the other category of copyright and other related rights, and then we have the traditional knowledge, plant breeders' rights, and trade secrets. Now we were invited here to talk about the legal framework relating to intellectual property, and I would like to highlight the legal framework for protection of intellectual property as provided for under the Kenyan laws and various international treaties. Now, our main law that provides for the protection of intellectual property is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. For the first time, our Constitution provided for the protection of intellectual property. And this is very positive for us. And under Article 40, Sub-Article 5, and Article 11, and Article 69, and Article 260, there's specific mentions on intellectual property. And if you look at Article 40, Sub-Article 5, it places an obligation on the state to support, promote, and protect the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. Being a government organization, KIPI does support and promote and protect the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. And this support, of course, even through training and various assistance, for example, technical assistance, to build capacity for the various institutions to be able to handle matters relating to intellectual property. We also have Article 11, Sub-Article C, which says that the state shall promote the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. So these are provisions that outline specifically the obligation that is placed onto the state to ensure that the people of Kenya are safeguarded in terms of their intellectual property rights. Under Article 69, Sub-Article C, it is also indicated that states shall protect and enhance intellectual property in and indigenous knowledge of biodiversity and genetic resources of the various community. So this takes into cognizance the indigenous knowledge, the traditional knowledge passed from one generation to another. And there is that cognizance that this knowledge has to be protected. And also the aspect of biodiversity and genetic resources of the various communities. You find that some researchers go to some communities and collect some genetic resources and go and develop innovations, but those communities do not benefit from those resources. So the state is saying that they will work on promoting and enhancing IP in relation to these genetic resources of the various communities. And in looking at the provisions of Article 260 of the Constitution of Kenya, the definition of property has actually been defined to include intellectual property. So when you are doing or carrying out an inventory of your assets, intellectual property is also considered as a property and therefore should form part of your assets. And you find that even nowadays when you're doing valuation or when you're coming up with the balance sheets of an institution, intangible property, and in particular intellectual property, also forms part of the balance sheet because it is considered as a property of an institution. In addition to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we also have other laws that deal with the protection of intellectual property. And the first law I'll consider is the Industrial Property Act of 2001, which has since been amended in 2017 and 2018. And this law basically deals with the protection of patents, utility models, and industrial designs. So it provides for various details on ownership, inventorship, and how you can actually be able to transfer these rights, for example, through assignments or licensing, and even provides for technovations relating to inventions that are coming from employees of various organizations. Then this act has its regulations. We have the industrial property regulations, which outline the processes and procedures to be followed in implementing the Industrial Property Act. And in addition, there is also the Industrial Property Tribunal rules, which provides the procedures, the processes and procedures to be followed when you are dealing with the tribunal. For example, if you have an appeal from the managing director of KIPI to the Industrial Property Tribunal, it will outline to you the procedures to follow, or when you are seeking certain orders from the tribunal, or when you are aggrieved by decisions of the tribunal, how do you move to the court in terms of access to justice. Now, it is important for me to maybe highlight to you various aspects of the Industrial Property Act in terms of the patents, industrial designs, and utility models. I think there's been a challenge there in projecting. I would have wanted to project some few things for you to see, but I think we'll just continue as we wait. So you hear people saying, I want to patent my logo, I want to patent my song, I want to patent my trademark. So these words are used sometimes in a wrongful way, not to depict what maybe the clients want to refer to. So I'll indicate what is a patent and what is an industrial design, or what is a utility model. So a patent is basically an invention that provides a solution to a specific problem in the field of technology. And as I've said, we need not to look at patents as rocket science. Patents are just basically the technical solutions that we have to specific problems in the field of technology. But there has to be a criteria to be applied for something to be considered to be patentable. Not everything is patentable. So for an invention or an innovation to qualify to be a patent, first of all, it has to be new. And new is not new in Kabarak here or new in Nairobi. It has to be new globally. That means that whatever you are coming to file at KIPI has to be something that has not been anticipated in prior art. Meaning this is something that if you look at our local databases or the global databases, you'll find that this is an invention that has not been existing. Then that invention also has to have an inventive step, meaning that it is an invention that is not obvious to a person who is skilled in that art. For example, if you come up with an invention in the biotechnology field, that invention should not be very obvious to people who are in that biotechnology field. Then it has to be industrially applicable, meaning that it has to have some utility or some usefulness, and you can be able to put that invention or innovation in the commerce channels. And in terms of protection, you will only get protection for a period of 20 years from the date of filing your application. Now what this means is that if you file your patent in KIPI today, you will only have protection 20 years from today. And when the 20 years lapse, that patent goes to the public domain, meaning that somebody or anybody can be able to exploit that patent without being accused of having infringed on somebody's right. You find that when you're dealing with the issues of infringement, somebody may say that you have infringed on my patent because maybe you have used this patent or the technology in the patent. But so long as that patent has gone beyond the 20 years, it means that anybody can be able to use that patent without being accused of having infringed. So that date is important for researchers because researchers have an opportunity after the 20 years to be able to modify those inventions that have gone into the public domain. So you don't have to waste a lot of money coming up with a new invention or innovation, and yet you can look at the databases that show you about the existing or the patents that have expired and decide whether to modify or to just go and carry out manufacturing based on those patents that have already expired. Now, in terms of patentability, as I've said, not everything is patentable. When you go and face Mount Kenya or see Mount Kenya or a certain mountain for the first time, that's considered as a discovery. You cannot say that I'm the one who has the patent rights, because that is just a discovery. So discoveries, scientific theories, and mathematical methods are not patentable. Also, schemes, rules, or methods for doing business. Still can't move.
We are using it from there.
So how do I project?
No, you just tell us where you are.
Sure. So, exclusions.
Exclusions.
Hmm.
We project it and then you just perform.
Okay, just project them. So when you have schemes or rules or methods for doing business or performing purely mental acts, those ones are also not patentable. Methods for treatment of human or animal bodies by surgery or therapy, and including the diagnostic methods practiced in relation to treatment, are also not patentable, but the products are or can be patentable. Then when it comes to mere presentation of information, that is also not patentable. And issues relating to public health methods of use or uses of molecules or substances for prevention or treatment of diseases, those ones are also not patentable. Then we have another category that I had indicated, the plant varieties. Those ones are protected under the Seed and Plant Varieties Act. But when you have products of biotechnological processes, those ones can be protected as patents. And of course, when you come up with inventions that are contrary to the public order or morality or public health and safety, or things that violate humanity and environmental conservation, such are also not patentable. There is a time there was this plant that, I don't know whether it was in Baringo, that when goats consume that plant, they lose their teeth. You cannot come with such an invention and say that I want to patent such invention, because as you can see, it's affecting animals, and it's also could be affecting the environment. Let's say you come up with a vaccine that, or you come up with, is it a vaccine or not a vaccine? You come up with, for example, like COVID, a virus that is supposed to destroy the human population. And you ask us to patent it. We will not patent it because it is contrary to public order, morality, public health, and even principles concerning humanity. Kindly move the slide. Then we have the other category that I had referred to as utility models. And for an innovation to qualify as a utility model, it has to be new and industrially applicable. And the duration for protection of a utility model is usually 10 years. And after those 10 years, that utility model goes to public domain. And this duration is not renewable. There's an example of a utility model which I will want you to look at. This is a very simple example. I told you that some of these inventions or innovations need not to be rocket science. In the first picture, you see that that is just a normal stove, metallic in nature. And in the second diagram, you find that there is a modification that has been made on the first innovation. So utility models, most of them you'll find that they are just modifications onto what is already existing. So the person who came up with the first innovation might have not considered the issues of energy loss, Then the second innovation now considers that the first stove actually loses heat very fast. So there's an addition of a ceramic part to that innovation. And so the protection that you get is the modification that you have done onto what is already existing. So these are just simple examples of innovations that are in our society that have been made to solve some problems. And moving on to industrial designs. Industrial designs basically cover the overall appearance of products or articles, and this does not consider the functionality of an article. So you just look at the outward appearance of the overall appearance of a product. It is only concerned with the outward appearance, that is what touches the eye or the aesthetic aspect of an article. If you look at most of the clothes you're wearing, they have patterns. Somebody must have thought about that pattern. It's a flower or it's a print, something like that. The water bottles that are before us, you find they have a certain kind of design. If you look at the shape of Dasani drinking water and the shape of, maybe move the slide so that we can use that as an example. So you see, like, these are designs. Various manufacturers come up with various designs that they use on their products. And sometimes you actually purchase products from the various outlets or supermarkets based just because of the aesthetic appeal. If you look at perfumes, they have very appealing appearances. So in terms of an industrial design, you're just looking at the aesthetic aspects, or what is the overall appearance of a product, resulting from, you're looking at the visual features, you're looking at the shape, you're looking at the configuration, you're looking at the pattern, or the ornamentation of that product. The shoes you're wearing, they do not resemble your neighbors. I'm sure you've never known that is an industrial design, but designs come in various aspects. The phones we are carrying are designed differently. And you find that even the big companies, there's been a battle between Samsung and Apple over the design of the phone. And those are billion-dollar cases in terms of damages when you are found to have violated on a design right that belongs to somebody. So that is patents, industrial designs, and utility models as provided for under the Industrial Property Act. So there's also another act known as the Trademarks Act, Cap 506 of the laws of Kenya, which protects trademarks and service marks. And that act also has rules, the trademark rules, which also provide for the procedures and processes to follow when you want to protect your trademark. And when you want also to, for example, renew or change ownership, you may assign your trademark, you may license your trademark, you may change your address, you may change your name, and the trademark rules provide for such provisions. Then we have the Trademarks International Registration, which also provides for international protection of trademarks, where you can actually, if you're a foreigner, you can actually file for protection of your trademark in Kenya, and you're given a simple filing platform that will allow you to protect your trademark in Kenya. And some of the examples of trademarks that we encounter, move the slide, kindly. These are examples of trademarks. It can be a name, and a logo, or you can just use a logo. So these are marks that we encounter in our daily lives. And we protect these trademarks so as to be able to carry out business and be able also to distinguish the products or services of one undertaking from the products or services of another undertaking. As you notice, we have various telecommunication companies. We have Safaricom, we have Airtel, there's Telcom, and there are many. But you are able to identify these companies based, of course, on their various trademarks. And over time, you find that even in terms of color, you can be able to know that there is a Safaricom shop somewhere, there is an Airtel shop somewhere, or there is a Telcom shop somewhere. So trademarks help us to be able to distinguish the goods or services of one undertaking from another undertaking. And of course, based on the reputation and goodwill, you find that you'll be able to purchase a certain product over time because you are agreeable to the standards that have been created by the producers of that product or by the users of those services. In addition to the Trademarks Act, we also have the Copyright Act of 2001, which was also amended in 2017 and 2018. I think that my colleague, Mr. Nyabkweba, will talk about it in detail. That is also a law that provides for the protection of copyright and related rights. And we have the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act, which covers traditional knowledge. And I've indicated that traditional knowledge is knowledge that has been passed on from one generation to another. And the cultural expressions, you see various communities having different kind of dances, different kind of activities based on their culture. So this act allows those communities to be able to document this knowledge and even the expressions. This act has been, the mandate is placed on partly on the Kenya Copyright Board, partly on the Ministry of Culture, and partly on the county government. Then we also have the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, Cap 3, 26 of the laws of Kenya, and the Seeds and Plant Varieties Act provides for the protection of seeds and plant varieties, and this is also administered by another body known as KEPHIS, the Kenya Health Plant Inspectorate Services. Then in terms of enforcement, we have the Anti-Counterfeit Act, number 13 of 2008, which basically deals with criminal enforcement of intellectual property, and this act has also been amended in 2017 and 2018. So if there is a counterfeit product in the market, this act enables you to be able to file your complaint to the Anti-Counterfeit Authority or go directly to court to raise an issue on counterfeiting. As relates to geographical indications, there is a bill on geographical indications. That bill has still not yet been assented into law, so we still wait until it is assented into law. We just protect the geographical indications as collective marks. Then in terms of the international and regional frameworks, we have the Paris Convention, which is, I think, is the oldest convention relating to industrial property. This Paris Convention provides for the protection of patents, trademarks, utility models, and the TRIPS agreement, which is a WTO agreement, provides for minimum standards on protection of industrial property rights. I'm sure if you've been going through WTO discussions, you will come across the TRIPS agreement, which has set out those various principles on what member states should comply with in terms of the minimum requirements for protection of industrial property. Then we have the Madrid Agreement concerning international registration of marks and the protocol relating to that agreement. This agreement and protocol provide for the protection of trademarks at the international level. It allows you to be able to file your trademark at, a foreigner to be able to file their trademark at a much lower cost, because you'll be able to file your trademark in Kenya and designate several other countries, but the fees will be much lower, and also the administration costs will be reduced because you will not have issues on translation and all that. So you file one application, and the application is forwarded to the World Intellectual Property Organization, which notifies the other countries where you want to protect your trademark. And then those countries will examine the trademark according to their laws and determine on whether you will get protection or not. We also have the Patent Cooperation Treaty, which deals with the patents, also allows for filing of patents on a global level. And Harare Protocol, which is a regional instrument that allows for the filing of patents, utility models, and industrial designs. In terms of trademarks protection at the regional level, there is the Banjul Protocol, which allows member states to file their trademarks, of course, using one platform and designating various other member states that they will want to protect, and allow those member states to be able to examine the applications based on their national laws and decide whether they will protect the trademark in their countries. So in terms of the international and regional organizations that deal with the protection of intellectual property or provide platforms and technical assistance in terms of intellectual property issues, we have the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is a UN agency that deals with the intellectual property matters, and this body has been very helpful to us as KIPI in terms of providing us with the various technical and financial assistance when it comes to issues of protection of intellectual property. And at the regional level, there is also the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, which also provides us with a lot of technical and financial assistance. And the African Intellectual Property Organization, OAPI, which is a French-speaking organization that also provides a lot of technical and financial support for the French-speaking countries in terms of intellectual property protection. You may ask, is KIPI the only organization that deals with the protection of intellectual property rights? And I will say KIPI is not the only body. KIPI deals with protection of industrial property rights, and as I've indicated, industrial property rights concern patents, trademarks, industrial designs, and utility models. But there is also another intellectual property known as copyright and related rights, which is usually administered by the Kenya Copyright Board. So if you have any copyright and related right issues, then the right organization to go is the Kenya Copyright Board. Then when it comes to seeds and plant varieties, you will have to go to the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, that is KEPHIS. And in terms of enforcement, for example, if your rights are violated, you actually have an opportunity to go to court, that is through the judiciary, or you can also go to the Industrial Property Tribunal, or the managing director of KIPI. And when it comes to issues of trademarks, you can actually get recourse from the registrar of trademarks. And of course, the police are also very instrumental when it comes to enforcement. They can actually enforce even intellectual property rights. And the main body that deals with the criminal enforcement, as I've indicated, is the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Now, in terms of intellectual property policy or intellectual property policy framework, you find that Kenya has not had an intellectual property policy, a national intellectual property policy. But what the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry is doing is to come up with a national intellectual property policy. There is a draft that is being worked on, and they're also coming up with a strategy. And this policy and strategy is to create a robust policy regime on IP generation, protection, and use in the country. So, although we are encouraging institutions to come up with their own intellectual property policies, you find that as a country, we still do not have a national intellectual property policy or a strategy. But the ministry is working on that, and we believe that soon we'll be able to have a policy document which will guide the country in terms of issues of generation, protection, and commercialization of various IP rights. Now, in last year, I think last year or early this year, the Cabinet approved an intellectual property bill 2020, which is supposed to be taken to Parliament. And this bill seeks to merge the Kenya Industrial Property Institute together with the Kenya Copyright Board and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority to create one body known as the Kenya Intellectual Property Authority. So there is an attempt to come up with a one-stop shop for purposes of administration of intellectual property rights. So until Parliament makes a decision on that, we will still have to operate separately as institutions that deal with intellectual property. So I've highlighted all those laws from the national, the Constitution of Kenya, the Industrial Property Act, the Trademarks Act, the Copyright Act, the Traditional Knowledge Act, the Seed and Plant Varieties Act. And one would ask, so which laws does KIPI implement? So we implement 2 acts of parliament, that is the Trademarks Act, CAP 506, which I've said protects trade and service marks, and the Industrial Property Act of 2001 that protects patents, industrial designs, and utility models. So I think I've come to the end of that. And I would like to encourage Kabarak University to work in collaboration with Kenya Industrial Property Institute to come up with an intellectual property policy that caters for the needs of all stakeholders, including students, lecturers, and even other people who are part of the various innovations and inventions, and also to work on coming up with a technology and innovation support center that will be a robust platform to allow for access of information relating to the various technologies that may exist globally that will assist researchers to come up with various innovative solutions that can help to solve the challenges that we are facing as a country. Thank you so much for inviting us, and I'm available for questions.
Let's give a better round of applause. Thank you, Madam Consilia Were, Legal Officer at the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, on that wonderful presentation regarding IP and issues of IP protection. Like I said earlier, conversations around innovations and IPs and the protection and commercialization is not a conversation that had been rooted so much in this country. But we are beginning to see that it is picking pace, and very soon we shall properly understand, of course, beginning today, and have it much more clear what IP is, what are the relevant institutions. So thank you so much, Madam Consilia, for making time together with your team to be here to share with us about IP and IP protection. I now want to introduce the next speaker. How we will do this is we would like to have a joint question and answer session so that we try to finish a lot earlier. We don't want to break and then come back again. It's going to make us lose a lot of time in the process. So I would like to request participants to stay put so that we listen to the next speaker. They will be brief but detailed. Then we can engage all of them together. After all, the information they are sharing is a lot related, so there's no need for us to split them into each one of them. So the next speaker, and of course this is Central Rift Innovation Week, I would like to acknowledge to welcome our guest. I'm thinking that I've not engaged, but I know this is Mr. Eric.
We are joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Professor Peter Kibas. He's a Dean School of Business at ZTech University, and he's our former Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration and Finance. Welcome, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Earlier on when we had a conversation, we were expecting Eric, so I thought it is him. Professor, we are happy to have you here, and we know you're a busy person. You've made time to come. We are grateful and, of course, happy that you have come back to Kabarak. The next presentation shall be made by Mr. George Nyakweba, and the presentation is on the administration and enforcement of copyrights for the commercialization of research and innovation outputs, the administration and enforcement of copyrights for the commercialization and of research and innovation outputs. Mr. Nyakweba is the Deputy Executive Director at the Kenya Copyright Board. Mr. Nyakweba is the Deputy Executive Director at the Kenya Copyright Board. He is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. After Mr. Nyakweba's presentation, we shall do a question and answer session, which will last for about 15 minutes. Then I'll give guidance on what we do next. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Nyakweba to bring this presentation to us.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, as you've been informed, my name is George Nyakweba from Kenya Copyright Board. It's my pleasure to participate in this Central Rift Innovation Week, which is organized by Kabarak University. On my behalf and on behalf of the Director, Kenya Copyright Board, Mr. Edward Sigei, who was meant to be here, but could not be able to make it due to other prior official assignment, I wish to convey our warm greetings and gratitudes to the Vice Chancellor for organizing this 4-day event, which is an important milestone in research and innovation, not only to the university, but to the entire country in as far as research and innovation is concerned. I take also this opportunity to emphasize the Kenya Copyright Board its willingness to partner and collaborate with the university in matters relating to innovation and research. As you may be aware, all the universities in terms of the research and other publication materials are copyrightable subject matter, and therefore partnering and working with relevant institution in as far as intellectual property is concerned is very important. And I think it's a step towards the right direction so that you can be able to come in as government entities that are assigned and yes, I do. After I'm done with, yes. Sorry? Just a minute. Desktop. Yes. Sorry, I can now be able to proceed. As I was saying, that it's important that the university collaborates with relevant government agencies for purposes of ensuring that their IP rights in terms of what the university is doing is well protected and enforced. And the government established institutions for purposes of ensuring that all the relevant institutions that deals with matters IP are in to assist the entities to be able not only to create awareness, to educate, but to ensure that we also commercialize what IP is all about. Now, let me perhaps take this opportunity to be able to let you know what Kenya Copyright Board is all about. Kenya Copyright Board is a government entity that is established under the Copyright Act, Cap 130 of 2001, and it's mandated to be able to enforce and administer copyright and related rights. The board is in current, as we are saying, because of the government structure, we are in the office of the Attorney General, but because of the executive order #1, the board has been moved to the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and the Earth. That's where we are currently housed. But before then, we were under the ministry, under the office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. What is Kenya Copyright Board all about? What are we supposed to be doing, or what's our mandate? Section 3 of the Copyright Act of 2001 mandates the board to be able to organize registrations on copyright law and the related rights, and then thereafter we also supervise and oversee the CMO. CMO stands for Collective Management Organizations, which comes in to undertake a very important exercise in terms of coordinating and ensuring that individual members who have their copyright works may not be in a position to be able to manage and oversee how their work is being utilized. So the CMOs comes in to enable the members to benefit from their work, the individual copyright owners. The board also undertakes training and enlighten the members of the public in what copyright is all about. So we train members of the public. We participate in activities that enables members of the public to understand what the board does. We register copyright. When you have a copyright work, though copyright registration is not compulsory, but in the country we emphasize that it's important for individual to be able to register his or her copyright work, that in the event there being a dispute, you become it becomes easy for you to be able to do what? To help or to be helped or assisted in terms of administration or in terms of ensuring that your copyright work is not infringed. Copyright board also enforces copyright and administers matters pertaining to all copyright. Then we also maintain a data bank of authors and their works. Move to the next slide, please. Now the next question is, then what is this copyright? In Kiswahili we say it's hakimiliki. That is what copyright is in Kiswahili. Now copyright is a legal term that describes the various rights that the creators have over their literary work, musical work, dramatic work, artistic work, etc. That's what copyright, it gives a legal right to the owners of literary work, musical work, dramatic work, and artistic work. When we talk about literary works, we look at the issue of the matters relating to novels, poems, plays, newspapers, articles, etc. That constitutes what we call literary works. And that's why if you look at the university, what the university does, it has issues relating to what copyright is all about. When we talk about literary works, which is the novel, poems, plays, newspapers, artistic works, which is the painting, printing, photographs, musical works, which is the compositions of film, computer programs and software, architectural works, all that is what is covered under copyright. Then the next question is, what is this that is protected? Copyright only protects an idea, but copyright does not protect an idea, but it protects what we call the expression of an idea. Because ideas are common, copyright comes in to protect what we call ideas, expression of those ideas. The next question is, what are the requirements of copyright registration? Despite the fact that we say copyright, once somebody has his or her work translated in any form or format that attracts copyright. The question is, other than putting your work in a written form or in any software, what that one contains, it must contain what we call originality. Originality of a work, that it is your work, it's not somebody you have taken his or her work and then you call it yours. So there must be originality in terms of the sufficient skill, labor, and judgment expended to the work. The idea is in the work does not need to be original, but the form of expression must be original in the creation of the author. For instance, when you are in a classroom, you are given the notes, and the student take down the notes, and then they express in their own format or in their own way, that to some extent attracts what we call copyright, as long as it is their work that they have expressed in their original form. So copyright comes automatically once the work has been reduced in a written form or in any format like a CD. What is the rationale of copyright protection? When we talk about the rationale of copyright protection, copyright safeguards the rights and interests of the authors on their work. You can imagine that if there is no protection, then if you are a creator, you are an author, and then your work is not assured of protection, then we'll not be able to encourage and motivate people to be able to create more, to be able to invent more. So copyright ensures and safeguards the rights and the interests of the authors and their works. That's the rationale for copyright protection, which is also a rationale for protection of intellectual property rights. It promotes creativity for cultural, social, and industrial progress. That's another rationale for the copyright protection. It also creates an environment conducive to the creators to be able to create more. So that once you know that your work is safeguarded, and then you can be able to get benefit, which you'll be able to look at it in the next slide, then people can be able to create more in terms of ensuring that there is that copyright protection. Now, the laws and conventions governing copyright in Kenya, we look at the Constitution, which is our primary law. Constitution, Article 11, Subclause 1, Article 45, Article 69, all talks about aspects of intellectual property, safeguarding. The state has the duty to ensure that the rights or the IP rights of its citizens are protected. That's why we have the three institutions: Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, then we have these other KEFIs, and we have also what we call Kenya Anti-Counterfeit Authority, which is there for purposes of ensuring that the provisions of Article 11, Article 40, and Article 69 are protected. To put that into perspective, the Act itself, now the Kenya Copyright Act, Couple number 11 of 2001, was established for purposes of ensuring that, other than looking at the issue of industrial property, Kenya Copyright Board takes the mandate of looking at what copyright is and how does it administer and enforce copyright to ensure that all the citizens in the country are well covered when it comes to their copyright work. You talk about music, you talk about the software that we are using in our gadgets, in our mobiles, in our computer software, in the computer and our laptops. All those are subject matters that attract copyright registration. So this Act, Copyright Act, is one of the laws that is there to be able to give the prominence of what the Constitution has in terms of ensuring that there is the copyright is protected. We also have copyright regulation of 2020. We have the CMO regulation, which also takes into consideration the issues of the Copyright Act of 2001. We talk about the Copyright Amendments 2019. Actually, that's the Copyright Amendment now, which brought in new provisions to safeguard the rights of the members of the copyright holders. We talk about the Berne Convention. Move to the next slide. The Berne Convention. Okay, we talk about trade-related aspect of intellectual property rights. This is our international conventions that now Kenya has domesticated to ensure that the interests of the owners of various copyright works are taken into consideration. We have the Beijing Treaty on Audio-Visual Performance, which regulates audio-visual in performances. We also have WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, Performance on Phonograms Treaties. We call it WPPT, which came into effect in 1996, which also deals with the rights and interests of the performers. We have the Marrakesh Treaty. The Marrakesh Treaty is very important because it has what we call the mandatory limitations and exceptions for the benefits of the blind, visually impaired, or persons who are known as print disabled. So that act, that the convention takes into consideration of that particular class of people who are very important, so that the mandatory exception to that particular aspect. Can you go next? Then what are the rights that are conferred under the Copyright Act? Now, under the Copyright Act, there are about three rights that are conferred under the Copyright Act. One, we have the economic rights. Now, we are talking about the commercialization of IP. We will not talk about commercialization of IP without looking at what are the economic benefits of copyright and in general of the IP. Number one, if you are the author of a particular work, you are given the right to be able to reproduce in any form. I know we are dealing with professors who have various publications, and those publications, I know once you come up with a publication, as long as it is your original work, you are entitled to copyright protection. You can be able to do it, to use it in any manner, in any form. You can be able to reproduce and sell to the members of the public. That's part of the economic right. You can be able to adapt and translate in any language or in any form. That is a right that is given to the owner of a copyright work. You have the right to distribute to the members of the public by way of sale. You can lend it out, you can lease, you can hire, you can loan, you can import. This is a right that the owner of a copyright work has to be able to enjoy. And that's why we come in to protect that particular work that is yours. That in the event that there's somebody outside there who is copying your work, who is using without your authority, it's your right to be able to bring an action against that. But now the question is, most of the people might perhaps not be able to know that what are the necessary steps that one needs to take even in case there is an infringement of your work outside there in the public. One of the steps is to be able to report. You can report to the police. You can also do a report to the Kenya Copyright Board, as long as you can be able to come do an official complaint, and then our officers who are trained, they'll be able to come and investigate. And if in case it's ascertained that your work is being infringed, an action will be taken against the infringer or against the people who are using your work without authority. Then we have the broadcasting rights. Copyright provides for the broadcasters that their work that is being broadcasted is copyrighted. You look at when you're watching news, at the end of every news or a program, you see there is a C that indicates that that particular work that has been aired on the screen is subject to copyright work. So in the event that you are to use or you want to use that particular news, you must seek permission. Failure to seek permission would attract punishment. So the owner of that particular work ought to know that this is a work that is protectable, that anybody who may be able to use it without his consent or authority, an action will be taken against him. Then we have about the communication to the public. You can be able to communicate your work to the members of the public. That's a right that is conferred or given. We also have the work to perform in the public. For those who go out to enjoy, let's say like today is Friday, people will be going out. In those joints that you'll be going, you may be able to find people who are performing for purposes of entertaining those who are there. That performance of that particular work is protected under copyright as long as it's your original work. You are not going to copy somebody else or to play somebody else's music. You are supposed to be protected, and again you are supposed to be paid for it. That's why we have the CMOs that comes in to enable the individual members to be able to collect royalties on their behalf. Now, any unauthorized use of a copyright work amounts to an infringement. Next. Now, we also talk about moral rights. What are the moral rights? Even in case you are the author of a particular work, copyright work, you are you have what you call moral rights. Moral rights in the sense that it enables the author to claim authorship of the work. No any other person can claim authorship in your work unless it's joint work. And if it's joint work, it's what we call about joint ownership, joint authorship. Those members are supposed to be recognized as such, and no any other person can be able to do it, to infringe on their moral rights. And the moral rights are not transferable. You can transfer all other rights. When you talk about economic rights, you can transfer the economic rights, but when it comes to moral rights cannot be transferred. Now, others have not to object to this distortion or mutilation of their work. Even if you assign or you transfer your work, you cannot be able to transfer your moral rights. Okay, next. Now, what are the ways of commercializing? When we talk about commercialization of research and innovation. Now, as the university, I know you have various research and innovations that you have been carrying as in the course of your duties. Now, it's important that you understand that before you undertake a particular assignment or research, you have to agree with the university, or the university must have what you call an IP policy, where you are a lecturer or you are a professor and you are doing research in the course of your duty. You must be able to have that understanding. I want to believe that the university has an IP policy. So one of the ways through which that can be, you can be able to use that for commercial purposes is through licensing. Now, licensing refers to the renting of research or innovation work through legally binding contract in exchange of either a lump sum of payment or the predetermined periodic loyalties. If you have done a work that you feel that it's out there to help solve a particular problem or a particular solution to the members of the public or to the members of an institution, then you can be able to enter into an agreement in terms of, you can license them. You can license that organization so that they can be able to give you either a lump sum amount or a periodic payment in terms of loyalties. That's how we can be able to economically utilize our IP, whether it's patents, whether it's trademark, whether it's trade secret, or it's copyright. You can be able to list it out. Now, licensing ensures that the copyright owner retains some level of control of the work. When you license it, you know you are given some benefit, you start earning, but at the same time, you maintain control of that particular work that you have assigned. And I know most cases, the institutions out there, if they want a solution, they always assign to the university so that the university can be able to come up with a program on how that solution, on how that issue can be sorted out. So you must be able to, the university must be able to ensure that that particular arrangement, that is a license that caters for the interests of the university, or if it's not for the interest of the university, you might be a professor here and you have been given work, you have been assigned work out there. Look at how your interests are going to be protected if it turns out that the work is going to be able to sort a particular problem in the society. Next. Now we talk about joint ventures. You have heard about joint ventures where under this joint venture parties agree to cross license the copyright in order to create or manufacture a better product. So this is where you have a win-win situation. You have your copyright, which perhaps you might not be using at a particular moment, at that particular moment, but now you may be able to enter into a joint venture business with somebody else who will come in and provide funds so that you can be able to virally commercialize that particular copyright. So there is that particular aspect in terms of the joint venture. License is often combined with a development agreement contract whereby the parties divide up responsibilities. This is also a way in which your research and innovation can be commercially be utilized in terms of the joint ventures. Then the next one is what you call sell all agreement. You may opt to sell your copyright or your IP, whereby you transfer that which you have in exchange of money or variable consideration. You can transfer, or you can sell, or you can assign your property. Now, the intellectual property owner loses control of the IP once he or she has sold that particular property, but as I've indicated, you don't transfer your moral rights. Your moral rights still remains, but in terms of sale, you can be able to say, so that the person to whom the property has been, the IP has been sold, retains or recognizes the moral rights that of a party of the author. Now, next, there is this corrective management organization. As I indicated earlier, is that the board licenses what we call the CMOs, Corrective Management Organization. These CMOs are very important in the country because they come in handy to be able to help individual copyright owners who may not be able to exercise control over their respective work. Once that individual owner has registered his work with a CMO, the CMO now having a larger base, and they are all over the country, they can easily be able to monitor your work so that they, at the end of it, they give you what you call loyalties. So at the Kenya Copyright Board, which is one of our mandates to supervise and license the CMOs, which now in turn works for the benefit of the members, where the CMOs role basically in Kenya is to negotiate, collect, and distribute royalties on behalf of the members, individual members. So you have about the musicians, the artists, the performers, all of them. They have what you call the CMOs. Like now we have the Kenya Association of Music Producers. We have Performers Rights Society of Kenya, and then we have Music Copyright Society of Kenya. These are the three CMOs that we have currently in Kenya that deals with the matters relating to the various copyright works. Okay, next. Now, in terms of enforcement, when we talk about enforcement of copyright board, of the copyright rather, we have the Copyright Act, Section 48, which establishes what we call, which creates what we call the tribunal. Under Section 48, we have the tribunals that sits to determine a dispute on copyright. When there is a dispute and one wants to have it heard, you go direct to the tribunal, and the tribunal will be able to determine and give a verdict at the end of it. The CMOs, the role of the CMOs and rights holders in copyright enforcement over registration of copyright and also appeals. That's another duty that the CMO, the appeals, what we call complaints from the CMO, the Corrective Management Organization, in regards to enforcement or in regards to an issue that they have against the board. At the Kenya Copyright Board, we also have the copyright inspectors, who basically are police officers working with the Kenya Police Service, who are seconded to Kenya Copyright Board to assist the board to investigate and bring cases against those people who infringe on copyright. So the copyright inspectors are very important, and they come in handy to assist. Now, those who have been seconded from the National Police Service works together with those copyright inspectors that the board has employed to ensure that there is adequate supervision of the copyright across the country. Now, the Act also provides offenses and penalties for copyright infringement. It's an offense to be able to infringe on somebody else's work, which is provided for under Section 38 of the Copyright Act. Section 28, 35, all these sections that I've highlighted are sections that ensures that copyright owners' work is not infringed, and in the event that it's infringed, then an action can be brought against those who are using the copyright without permission. Next. Now, the conclusion that I have is that the progress and the well-being of humanity depend on our capacity to come with new ideas and creations through research and innovation. Technological progress requires an application of the new innovation, whereas vibrant culture constantly seek new ways to express itself. IP protection therefore allows the creators and owners to benefit from their work or from their investment, and at the same time enabling those who use IP to enjoy those rights in return for compensation. Thank you, and now I hand over to the next program.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Nyakweba George from the Kenya Copyright Board for making that presentation. And I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Eric Nyakweyu, Kweyu from Strathmore University. We are almost full house with the speakers of the day. So thank you, participants, for sticking in and for providing that very valid audience to the two presentations that we have so far listened to. We now want to do a brief question and answer session. Our first speaker was Madam Consilia Were, a legal officer at the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI. And the second speaker, the one who's just exited the stage, has been Mr. George Nyakweba, the Deputy Executive Director, Kenya Copyright Board. I would like to now request members in the audience who have listened keenly to the two presentations to, at this point, ask their questions, if there are any. So what you do, how we do this, if you raise your hand, you say your name and where you're from. If you're a Kabarak student or Kabarak staff, just say your Kabarak and from which school. If you're from outside Kabarak, you just say where you're coming from, your institution, your name, your series. Then you mention the person to whom you're directing your question. Then you ask your question very precisely. I request that we confine the questions to key issues of intellectual property and issues of copyrights. There's no spillover beyond that. Thank you. Questions, please? All right, thank you. Thank you so much. I had not seen the chairs on the stage, so I would like to kindly request our two speakers, Madam Consilia Were of KIPI and Mr. George Nyakweba of Kikobo, to kindly go up on the podium. All right, thank you. As soon as they have settled, I've seen your hand. I've seen your hand. Can we have the extra microphone, please? And somebody to help me move it around. Okay. So I've seen two questions. All right, as you think. And I've seen Professor, I've seen Daktari. Thank you. Let's start with the gentleman in a blue jacket up there. After you're done with him, you...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Kiptum. I'm from Eldamaravine Technical and Vocational College. I have three questions. And, they are all touching KIPI and Copyright Board. I think you'll subdivide amongst yourself. So the first question is, I didn't hear any mention about charges or any fee for an innovator or a researcher to have a copyright or a patent? And if so, how is it one-off payments, monthly, yearly, etc.? Then to Kipi, I heard a mention about the patent will expire after 20 years, after which anyone can take that property, intellectual property, and maybe modify. So is there an offer where the innovator who had a patent initially will reinvent or repatent the property? Then the second question, is there an in-house lawyer in KIPI or Copyright Board where I, as an inventor or a researcher, can come to you for you to vouch vouch for me in the court, or do I need to get my own lawyer? Then the last question, which, as most of us know, the word in the streets is that someone else deep in the village came up with M-Pesa invention, but Safaricom ran with it, and now they are making billions, but the one who invented is perhaps languishing. So I like a clarification on that, if that is true, and if so, if that person could have followed the necessary procedures, what benefits would he be reaping now that M-Pesa is growing globally? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are very interesting questions. I think they were very clearly put. There was another hand here. Yes. We're going to take 5 questions or 6 questions for one round, then we'll come back for another round. So that's the second question. Yes, proceed.
Good morning.
I mean, we're going to have 6 people ask questions. Then we'll come back for another 6. Yes, proceed, please. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Oumo Chieng from Kabarak University Law School. I have 2 questions. My first question is, what is the scope of geographical indications under intellectual property law? And the second question is, it is my understanding that a person who comes with an invention is the owner of a property, and he has the right to use that property. I also understand that he doesn't have the right to abuse that invention. But what are the measures or the mechanisms that are in place to make sure that the owners of inventions do not abuse their inventions?
Thank you. Those are 2 questions from Mr. Aoma from the School of Law. The third person, you can see there was a lady there. Yes, just across, yeah. So that's the third person. We still have 3 people. Yes, I'll come back. Come to you. Yes, proceed, please.
Okay, good morning. My name is Egla from Kabarak School of Law, and I have a question concerning the Lake Bogoria. Actually, over the past few years, we've noticed that there are some microbes and microorganisms in Lake Baringo. Actually, we find that there were Zungus coming over there and taking the, I don't know what to term it, the organisms from that Lake Bogoria. And so my question is it that in Kenya we don't have bodies that help to curb what these Americans or the British are doing concerning the patents, because they are taking from our country and patenting them in their countries? Yeah.
That's a very interesting question. Thank you so much. I also want to understand why that's happening. We have a 4th person here, this gentleman in a blue T-shirt. This one. Yes.
My name is Kevin Kerago. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question to Ms. Were and Bona George. I have 2 questions. The first one being, in the case when you have an innovation, let's say between 2 people or 3 people, and yes, when you're starting the innovation, you're in agreement, and maybe after a certain period of time, a dispute arises, and it was maybe a tech innovation, and you guys want to split. I don't know if it's workable. If you're going to split, how will you split if it's revenue or cash that you get from it and credit from the innovation? How will you go about that process? My second question is, if you're working for a company and then you find a way of maybe bettering whatever they're doing, an innovation of sorts, are you subject to them, like your innovation is theirs, or is your innovation yours? And if you're subject to the company, then how do you maximize that opportunity for you to gain maximally profit-wise? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I got interrupted a bit, so I didn't listen to the question, but it sounds quite interesting. As the fourth person asking a question, if we get the 50th person, we'll be doing 6 people for one round. Yes, Mr. Karani.
Thank you. My name is Karani from Kenya. I'm in Roast and Found Document Center. My question goes to Mr. Okwekwe. Is it Okwekwe?
Nyakweba.
Nyakweba, sorry. I'm asking whether, if, for example, you have registered a copyright and patent for a certain innovation in this country, what are the procedures that are taken to copyright the same in other countries? Do you do it locally, or it depends with the rules and the regulations of those other countries? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the 5th person. I also have a question. Yes, let's listen to that. There's a gentleman there. Oh, yeah. We'll come to you in the next round, together with myself. Yes, please proceed.
My name is Edgar Ruto. My question is directed to Mrs. Were. So it's kind of tied with his question. So maybe you have this idea, it's an amazing idea, and you share it with a friend. This friend goes behind your back and implements the idea. So what are the systems put in place by KIPI that will help you reclaim that IP back?
Was that question clear? Did you hear it clearly? Or he repeats? Please repeat. Just put the microphone closer to you.
My question is kind of tied with his. So it's maybe you have this idea, this amazing idea that you share with a friend, and this friend goes behind your back and implements the idea. Maybe you started a company together and then you guys split. So what are the systems in place put by KIPI that will help me reclaim back my IP?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's 6 people who have asked a number of questions. Let me request Mr. George Nyakweba to go first. We go against the law of nature. So usually they say ladies first.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. From question number 1, you talk about whether we have in-house counsel or lawyers who helps members of the public in the event that your work is infringed. At Kenya Copyright Board, yes, we have in-house lawyers who have the powers to advise, who sometimes back, actually, we also have what we call prosecutorial powers, to be able to go to court and prosecute on behalf of the members of the public whose work has been infringed. So that's for sure we do have, and there is no cost implication at all, even in case you come and report to us that your work is being infringed in the street or in any particular premises. We take that matter up and we go do our own investigation together with your assistance, because you must be able to come and then prove that indeed that which is being used without your permission is your work, and you can be able to prove. And I've said that it's the issue of copyright registration. I started by saying that it's not mandatory, but in Kenya we encourage members to copyright or to come and register their copyright works. The reason for having this done is that in the event of a dispute, as I've seen most of the questions related to the dispute, it's easy for you to be able to prove that this is your work. Nevertheless, even if it's not registered or copyrighted with us, but you are in a position to prove beyond reasonable doubt that indeed this is the work that is yours that is being infringed, still the board has that mandate to be able to take action free of cost. And that's it. To that extent, I think we have answered. Then about the fees. The fees for payment of a copyright registration is basically nil. But now we have put, because of what we do, we have put a minimum of 100. Once you have your copyright, a minimum of 100, and also depends on the nature of the work that you want to protect and to register. A fee is a minimum of 100. Initially it was 1,000. Because of COVID, we brought it down to nil until last month. That's when we said we came up with new fee structure. But a minimum is 100. And once you're paid, it's one-off, and your work is protected forever. Now the next question is, for how long do you have your copyright work? What the law says, your copyright lasts between your life. As long as the owner of the copyright is alive, the work is protected. That's number one. Number two, in the event that the owner of the copyright has died, the legal representatives enjoys the work of the person who has died for a period of 50 years. That's what the law provides for. And the question of as I've just answered, that is one-off. The fee is one-off. It's a minimum of 100, and we encourage members to register. How do you register? It's so easy. Go to Kenya Copyright website. That's copyright.go.ke. You will be guided accordingly, because we have what you call the easy steps to register your work through the National Rights Registry, NRL portal. Once you have opened the portal, you sign their instructions, you can register, and then you can even upload your work, have it registered. We'll be able to go through, it will go through verification. Once it's been verified that is indeed, it meets the requirement of originality, and no another person has done the copyright registration, we allow you to pay 100, or depending on the amount, the nature of the work that you are registering. So it's easy. You can even do it from here. And the next question was about the second speaker, the scope of that one. The scope. The question 2 will be taken by my colleague about the scope of geographical indication. I think we can be able to go in that order. Then the issue of Baringo in terms of microorganism. Why is it that people foreigners come, they go to Lake Bogoria or Lake Baringo, they do research, and then they go back to their country, they copyright or they register an IP. What is happening? And this is a university that deals with research. So the question could be, to be able to answer this, when you talk about IP is a right, like any other right that we have. So being a right, if you, like a piece of land, when you have a piece of land, the burden of ensuring that that particular piece of land is fenced, nobody infringes on it, nobody trespasses on it, it's on the owner of the work. Now, like any other piece of property, IP being a property, if I know this is my work that I have, it's my burden to be able to ensure that that particular property is protected. If it's IP, it's protected. We have the 3 institutions that are safeguarding that particular property. You can go consult with them. And in the event you are involved in an assignment that might end up having an IP over a particular innovation, ensure that before you do engage in that particular assignment, you have an agreement. An agreement spelling out what are the conditions and terms of that relationship. So if in the event somebody violates or breaches that particular agreement, then you have a right of action against that particular person. So we may not know that when the Wasungus have come and they have done an innovation, they have done a particular research, that results in an IP. Until it's reported, we may not be able to know. But the moment it's reported, and the parties that are involved, before have what you call the agreements, then we can be able to follow it in that particular context. Then the other aspect is about, and there's question 4, dispute that arises out of innovation. I think you can be able to, before you enter into any innovation, ensure that you have a written agreement that covers what you are doing, the assignment that you are doing. So that is upon the breach of that particular agreement that you can be able to raise an action. And the government might not know that your IP has been infringed until you report. So without reporting, we cannot be able to take an action. Then let me go to Karani about the registration of copyright and the procedures. As I've also said, registration of copyright, you can do it from your comfort of your phone. Go to the website of Kenya Copyright Board, and then you go to National Rights Registry. The requirement, the procedures, step by step, are very easy to follow, and then you have your work registered. And whether registration can be done outside the Kenya, when you talk about IP is territorial. We cannot be able to register outside Kenya. We register within the country. So for Kenya, we advise people to register their copyright, but as I've said, registration is optional. It's not a must. But even if it's not registered with us, still you are entitled to that particular work that you have. So in the event you feel that somebody else is infringing, you have the mechanism of reporting. I think I've covered what was on my side.
Thank you, Mr. George Nyakweba, Deputy Director Kikobo, for those very good responses to the questions. If any of the questions is not properly answered or you don't feel satisfied, you can still follow up later. Madam Consilia Were from KIPI, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Just to notify you that I also have some officers from KIPI here who will be able to assist to answer some questions. So I don't know whether they can have some seats.
Yes.
Okay, as the seats are coming, let me tackle the issue of, I'll start with the second question on the issue of patent expiry after 20 years. Now, in terms of protection of patents, this is like a social contract between the owner of a patent and the state. Now, what happens is that you disclose the invention and the state agrees to give you a monopoly for a period of 20 years. After the 20 years have lapsed, this invention is considered to have expired and it goes to the public domain. And that means that anybody can be able to exploit that invention because the protection period has lapsed. There is no opportunity for repatenting. And one thing that we have to consider is that when you look at inventions, take an example of the various softwares that you have. You receive a notification from your phone every now and again that the software is updating. Or inventions, let's say if we were looking at the Nokia 3310 that was there at an earlier time, there have been several other inventions that have come almost yearly to replace the initial invention. So when 20 years lapse, it is taken that that invention has actually become obsolete. And people are given an opportunity to modify or to build around that invention. So that period of 20 years cannot be renewed. It just lapses and that's it. And this is also to encourage people to be able to innovate more and build onto what is already existing. So even I think 20 years is a lot for some kind of technologies, because as you notice, technologies keep evolving after 1 year or even months. Take an example of if you're looking at an iPhone. You'll see there's an iPhone 6, there's an iPhone 6 Plus, iPhone 7, iPhone 7 Plus. All those are just building technologies onto already existing technologies. If you are supposed to insist that you still want to have beyond the 20 years, utakuwa umepitwa na wakati because people are moving ahead in terms of innovation. So there is no renewal period for patents. Then in terms of the in-house lawyers and whether we can vouch in court or do you need to hire your own lawyer to represent you when you have a case, we do have in-house lawyers in our in KIPI. I'm actually an in-house lawyer. We do not represent you in court on your own matters. Remember, intellectual property rights are personal rights. It's like property, just like land. So if you have a dispute on land, do you go to the government to give you a lawyer to go and represent you? No, you have to get your own lawyer to represent you. But when you come to us in the office to seek advice, we will give you general legal advice on the various IP rights, and then now it is for you to go to a lawyer and the lawyer to represent you in court. Now, the only instances where we appear in court to assist maybe a registered proprietor is in cases of disputes relating to trademarks, where you are a registered owner, and we are called in court to actually prove that we actually registered you as the owner of a trademark. In that case, we will appear, and we will appear with a certificate in court to show that we actually registered you as the owner. And in that case, the court will rely on our evidence as substantial evidence for purposes of proof of ownership. Then there was a question on the M-Pesa invention. The fact that there was a lot of hullabaloo on it being stolen and all that. We also heard about the hullabaloos. This was a case that actually went to the Industrial Property Tribunal, but the last time I heard about it, they had resolved out of court. I do not know the contents of the resolution, but this is was a case that was resolved out of court. Now, for future, maybe inventors or innovators who might want to not fall into the same problem of having to claim that my IP right has been stolen or not, is that when you want to negotiate with an institution, for example, in terms of commercialization, it is important for you to have non-disclosure agreements signed before you engage any organization. So if you have an IP, for example, you've not protected it, do prepare or get a lawyer to prepare for your non-disclosure agreement, sign it before divulging the information that you have about your specific IP to any person that you want to do business with. Because that non-disclosure agreement can help you in terms of production of evidence to actually show that you had the idea or you had whatever kind of right before you engaged a third party in the discussions. There was also a question on the scope of geographical indications. Now, geographical indications are basically signs that are used on products which possess a certain kind of reputation, and this reputation is based on certain circumstances. Like, for example, the tea that comes from Kericho possesses the flavor because of the climatic conditions of Kericho or the humidity or the soil or such other circumstance. So that product is gaining that sign based on the reputation that is built because of the conditions of a certain region. So if you look at the tea from Kericho and the tea from Murang'a, you'll find that the flavors are very different. So that sign is supposed to associate that tea with that region based on the various reputations built because of the conditions of that particular region. Then there was a question on owners of inventions. I think that one I lost it. There was a question on Lake Bogoria and how come some people come to pick some genetic resources from those areas and whether there is a specific body that is supposed to protect such people from not exploiting such resources. Now, in terms of research, and I think even for the university, before you engage in research, there is permission that has to be gotten from NACOSTI. You have to get a permit to go and do research. And before you pick certain genetic resources, you're supposed to also liaise with bodies such as NEMA, because they deal with the issues on access to genetic resources. And we also have international frameworks such as the Nagoya Protocol that deal with issues on access to genetic resources. So the thing here might just be implementation of some of these existing laws. It's not that we do not have laws, but it might be issues of implementation of those various laws. Because even when a genetic resource is acquired from a certain place, there has to be disclosure of information relating to that genetic resource. And if you're going to file a patent that has come out of maybe a certain genetic resource, then you must disclose that this patent is in a way associated with a certain genetic resource that you acquired from a certain area. And the importance of that is in relation to issues of access and benefit sharing. The community should be able to benefit from the genetic resources in that area once somebody gains some commercial advantage out of that access. There was something about innovation and splitting agreements. I think that Nyakweba tackled it. And working in a company who owns an invention. Again, it is very important that companies have intellectual property policies, because it is in these policies that you clearly itemize on issues of ownership. On inventorship, who is an inventor and who now is the applicant when you're filing, for example, for a patent application. I think I'll call Zero to maybe further clarify on that, because when you're filing a patent application, you have to indicate who is the inventor or who is the applicant. And if you are the inventor and you're not the applicant, then you have to give details why you are the inventor and not an applicant. Because you might find that you're working for a company and you invent something, but the company becomes the applicant and you are just considered as an inventor. It's of course based on company policies, that is company intellectual property policies, but I think my colleague can be able to add more on that. Have I left any question?
I think you have.
There's an issue for fees. On fees, when it comes to protection of trademarks, for you to file a trademark in one class, first of all, you will start with a search. A search is 3,000 shillings. Then if your search is considered positive, you will file the application. The application is 4,000 shillings. And your application, once it has been examined and there is a positive response that it is in compliance with the requirements of the law, then your application will be advertised. Advertisement is 3,000. And if the advertisement goes through, that is, there is no objection raised in relation to the registration of your trademark, you will be issued with a certificate, which is 2,000. So for you to register a trademark in one class, it will cost you 12,000 Kenyan shillings. Zero, can you respond on patents, fees, and utility models and designs?
Thank you very much. My name is Zero. I'm a pharmaceutical patent examiner. And in terms of fees, the fees are dependent on what kind of application you're trying to make. For patents, there's a application fee for 3,000. Locals, foreigners, they pay $150. And then after that, it complies with formalities. Basically, those are administrative documentation and maybe formats. After that, you will be requested to pay for substantive examination fees, which is 5,000 Kenya shillings and $250 for foreigners. Then upon expiry of 18 months, or upon the request of the client, you are required to inform the public that we are about to grant monopoly of some sort, or we are about to grant a technology to an individual So we publish the invention via our IP journal, which is available on our websites every month. And then you will be required to pay 3,000 shillings for locals, $150 for foreigners. After that, the examiner will examine the invention, and if it meets all the requirements, you will be again required to pay for registration fee, which is 3,000, and foreigners, that is 150. And then there is also another charge which incurs every anniversary of the invention, which we call it maintenance fee. And it's usually 2,000 for the first 6 years, and it's going to increase after the 7th anniversary. And that's basically our fees. All this information is available on our websites free of charge. You can be able to navigate on how to patent, on the fees and the procedures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zero, for answering the question. And thank you, Mr. George Nyakweba, Deputy Executive Director, Kenya Copyright Board. Thank you, Madam Consilia Were, Legal Officer, KIPI, for ably answering the questions put to you. And thank you for the presentation. We unfortunately will not take another round of questions because of time. We have a couple of other speakers who like to give time to present. However, if there will be a question, we can entertain the question towards the end of the other two presentations that are lined up. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, in appreciating Mr. George Nyakweba and Madam Concelia on their very wonderful presentations. You may now kindly take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first edition of the Central Rift Innovation Week that is hosted by Kabarak University in collaboration with a number of partners. And I would like to recognize some of those partners who are here. We have heard from KIPI this morning, Kenya Industrial Properties Limited. We have heard from Kenya Copyright Board. We have a representative from Zetech University, Professor Peter Kibas, who is the next speaker. We have a representative from Strathmore University, Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu, who is here with us. He will speak after Professor Kibas. Then we have representatives from the Kenya Commercial Bank. And with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to allow me introduce or recognize the presence of Mr. Matthews Kiveu, the Regional Portfolio Manager, Great Rift Region, Kenya Commercial Bank, and Ms. Christine Kater, the Branch Manager, Kenya Commercial Bank, Nakuru. We are happy that you have found time to be with us. We had a conversation with Madam Jennifer the other day in Nairobi. And this is a very lovely surprise that you have found time to be with us. You will have time to make a presentation after Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next presenter, like I've put it, is Professor Peter Kibas. And Professor Peter Kibas, Dr. Moses Thiga has introduced him before, I know, but I would like, for purposes of this presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Moses Thiga to kindly come and introduce Professor Kibas. I think he will do it better than me because I don't have a write-up to read properly Professor's profile. I don't want to do it injustice to it.
Thank you. I don't have Professor Peter Kibas's bio in my mind, but I've known him for now, it's been 12 years. I joined Kabarak in the year 2010, and he was the then Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration and Finance. He was my first immediate supervisor in this university. I was an ICT manager then. He then moved on to Zetech University, where he is currently the Dean, School of Business. He is a professor of entrepreneurship and he is also well versed in matters monitoring and evaluation. ZTech University has recently concluded its own Innovation Week, and I'm certain he must have been at the heart of that organization. Welcome, Professor Peter Kibas, to make a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thiga. I would like to make a humble request, this is a very humble request, Professor Kibas, that because of the number of presentations we have lined up, that you kindly keep this to 15 minutes. Thank you. 15 minutes. Oh, that's quite generous.
Quite generous.
You can donate some back, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walehwa, who is the MC for now. I want to begin by saying we thank God for such a wonderful opportunity to be here for the last 4 days that Kabarak University is hosting an inaugural innovations convention. And also I want to thank, of course, the university management, the Vice Chancellor, his team, for steering this university. And then to thank the director, Dr. Thika, and his team, who have coordinated this particular Innovation Week and also steering the research, innovation, and outreach. Thank you very much, Moses, for that work you are doing with your team, and for allowing me the opportunity to come in and just share one or two things that I could say about innovation, what we are doing at ZTech University, and what the country should be doing, and where we should be going. I do once again also appreciate the two speakers who spoke ahead of me. I want to thank you so much from KIPI and KIPI and Kekobo. These are key institutions that actually should be steering the protection of our rights, intellectual property rights, and any other innovations that we have in this country. I had a question I was going to raise to them, but probably they will be able to answer it at some stage as time will allow, and if not, they will be able to take it home with them and think about it. First, I bring you greetings from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Njenga Mnene, of ZTech University, and the whole entire team of the university. I told them I would be here today to join you and see what you are doing, that we can be able to learn from one another, because we are all working towards making Kenyans very innovative and also to protect the intellectual property and rights they have, and so on. In fact, when you look around this country, there are some products that were really Kenyan, but they came, as people came and took the ideas, and made those products out there, and came to sell to us. The Jiko, for example, I'm sure you know about the Jiko. That is, the idea was Kenyan, but it went and it was protected elsewhere outside this country, and they're selling it to us. The Gikoi and many other products. And the last one that was mentioned here in this, a question that arose here was about the researchers that come from other countries coming to Kenya. They come to do research, they get their licenses, their permits, they take the specimens, they take them away to their countries, and they go and patent this and come, manufacture products, come to sell to us and make lots of money out of us. So, Kekobo and KIPI, please, what can we do? And the question that arose, that I wanted to raise that time was, are you informing Kenyans? Do they have the information? Are you working good enough with institutions of learning, beginning from the lowest level? The innovations are there even from primary school. They are there. Secondary school and tertiary institutions, including the universities. What are you doing? Are you doing enough as government agencies, supported or paid by the taxpayer? You know, are you doing enough? Would want to see the curriculum, beginning from KIE, primary school, high school, colleges and universities, teaching about what we can do to protect our own inventions and our own ideas that can be commercialized and so on. This is a challenge to you, that you take it up. I know in another forum a few years back, we interacted with the KIPI team and we said, are you doing enough? Sensitization of Kenyans, institutions of higher learning, and ensuring that whatever we do, Even our own notes as those who are here, we have our notes. You do research, you write your notes, and and so on. So you need to do enough for this. Now the question I was going to answer here is, what are we doing at ZTech University? And before I do that, I want to answer the question, what is innovation to you? What is innovation to you? This is the Innovations Week, the Innovations Convention, commercialization of research and innovation. What is innovation to us? Do we understand it clearly? Because we have taken it up to mean, many times it means devices, new devices, new products coming out. But innovation goes across beyond that. Innovation includes ideas, methods of doing things, and so on. A very glaring example is that of Equity Bank. When you look at banking in this country, there used to be very few banks in this country in those years after independence, but very few foreign banks. But over time, our own Kenyan banks have come in. And one bank that I want to mention here is Equity Bank. You know, Equity Bank revolutionized the way of banking. It brought it down to the common mwananchi. Whereas the other banks, which I don't want to mention here, required you to get a referee to open your account, required you to have a certain minimum amount in your bank account. Equity Bank said, we open it for free. So it opened the space of financial inclusivity. It also went further than that. It also went to the agency banking, which was not there before. Equity did that. Other banks were running behind that. So what they did was actually an innovation. There are many things we can talk about innovations. My fellow teachers who are here, lecturers who are here, are we innovative enough in teaching? There's a lot we could do in teaching, in innovation. How do you teach? How do you deliver that learning? How do you engage the learners so that they are able to maximize learning from the experience they have? At ZTech University, we believe that students don't come for degrees and certificates only. They come to be transformed and be changed. I believe Kabarak University does that also. That when you come, dear students who are here, to this university, you have not just come at the end of the day to get your degree. When your villagers and parents and everybody come here, celebrate during graduation, I'm sure it's coming soon, and then you are happy you've got a degree. You must maximize your stay in the university. How do you do that? Learn what's happening. What else can you do beyond your degree? This is what we challenge our students. In fact, our mantra is invent your future. So that when you come to the university, we transform you. We ask you, first of all, you have come to learn. From high school, you are drilled to pass examinations. Yes, pass examinations, pass well KCSE, and go to university. That's what your parents told you, and I'm sure parents who are here do the same thing. If that's what you tell your kids, parents who are here, I want to challenge you and tell your kids to go and get the maximum knowledge to transform their lives, so that when they get out of a university, when you get out of those gates, at the time you graduate, what do you take out of the world? And then we talk about innovative universities. I'm happy that Kabarak University is an innovative university. The programs you are offering, the conventions like this one, and many other opportunities that you have. I want to encourage you to use them maximally. When I was coming in, one of your faculty members here, I don't know if he's here. Is he here, Mwalimu? Are you here from the School of Business? I think he may have left. He must have left, he might have left. Mwalimu, when I was here, we hired him, and we introduced a new club called SIFE that time, Students in Free Enterprise. Because student clubs are very important. If you're not a member of any club, I want to challenge you from today, think about a club you can join. It will help you beyond just the classroom. You learn from the clubs more. We introduced a club called SIFE that time, Students Free Enterprise. Now it repackaged itself to call itself, it's not SIFE now, it is Enactors, Students in Action, in Entrepreneurship in Action. That club transformed the life of students. In fact, this Mwalimu, as I was walking in, told me, you know what, when you introduced that club in this university, few students were interested, but now there are many students who are in it. And a number of those graduates from this university are overseas, working in Europe, working in America, and other places, because of the opportunity they gained in the learning in the club. And therefore, I want to say this, innovation is going beyond just a product. Ideas, methods of doing things. As I've given a few examples, bring in what we call innovation. And all of us are innovative. When you look at where Kenya is today, go first of all to the informal sector, which is known as Juakali. See what those Kenyans are doing. Interesting stuff, interesting things. How do we move then everybody to think that way so that you are able to make a contribution in this life and a contribution not only in this life but for yourself. When you are in school as students who are here, what is it at the end? Covey says this in his book of 7 Principles of Successful People. Begin with the end in mind. What is that end in mind? Come to school, to university, get your degree, go out there, look for a job. Jobs are not there anymore. In fact, in our last week when we had a similar event like this one at ZTech University, one speaker said this: out of research that has been done, there are fewer than 30% of the jobs available for Kenyan graduates like yourselves. And we talk about 500,000 graduates who are trained at university and tertiary institutions. There are no jobs. 30% can get direct jobs. What about the rest? They need to think outside the box. When you are in the university, look at what else can you do. I teach entrepreneurship, I practice entrepreneurship, and I will challenge you. All of us are entrepreneurs. Even the speakers who are here are entrepreneurs. If you ask them what they do besides their work, their jobs, they will tell you, I do also something else. We by nature are entrepreneurial. Use your opportunity to do something beyond yourself. The clubs are there, join them. Participate in them, contribute ideas. Those of you who read the Bible like I do, I'm sure one of the lines in this university mantra is really, it's a Christian university. What do you do with the knowledge you gain? I know there's a compulsory course all of you do, unless it has changed. I don't think it has changed. You still have a knowledge on biblical knowledge. What does it teach you? As a Christian, I'll tell you this. Take those ideas very well. I'm happy that the law students are asking questions there. We started that law school here when we were here as a DVC. We made sure that we got the right people, the right direction, and I'm happy that the team that came have run with it. Even the medics, I don't know if there are medical students here, those doing medicine, and so on. And other programs, of course, we are happy. So when we talk of innovation, we're talking of you using the knowledge, the talent, and skills and networks to change your life and change the lives of others. An innovative university is that university that does what? It's a university that mirrors the real world so that it prepares students to go to the real world, to go out there and see what can I do to bring change in the community I'll be in, whether in the rural area, example like you are in Peketoni or somewhere in Loktang or somewhere in Fangan Island where I met some friends there who are fishing or sometime, or anywhere, or in Nakuru here. What can you do? What change do you bring in there? An opportunity like this one gives you a chance to learn, to interact with this team who are here, the speakers. I'm sure after they've spoken, you ask questions. Before you even go, get in touch with them. Get to know what they do and how can you, in your life, how can you change the community? Be change agents. I want to challenge all the students. You be change agents in your communities. And I'm sure you can do a great thing for yourself and for God. So universities like this university, Kabarak University, you are doing a great job. I want to congratulate you for this inaugural, you call it Central Rift Innovation Week. For this week, and really bringing in these speakers, these people who are in the practice and who will change the lives of these students and faculty who are here. An innovative university goes out, the real world. You are mirroring the real world. You are actually going beyond the boundaries of the fence of the university. And the faculty who are here, I challenge you. You also need to do the same thing for your students. When you teach a course, how do you teach it? You teach it the same way you are teaching, or you are taught by your lecturers? You should actually go beyond that. We now talk about taking the classroom outside the 4 walls. Teaching outside the 4 walls. In fact, a week like this one, I hope you did the same thing. I'm sure you must have had your students going through what is out there. What is happening in this university? This week, Innovation Week, have they learned something? We challenge our students when you have teams coming out like this. It's very interesting. And you learn outside the 4 walls. At ZTech University, during our last week, we've actually brought in a number of innovators. Some of them are our own students who are out there, who are doing very well. Some of them have started their own farms. You may have heard about Anthony Mudhungu with Smart Ken. He's now manufacturing. He moved away from that. He's doing that, of course, but he invented other stuff. He's also putting together cables. These USB cables you use, the Chinese ones, those ones that we have, don't last long. But he's manufacturing some, he has improved them, and he's marketing that. He has his own farm. We look at students like those. And then KIPI, of course, the protection of industrial, ensure that students, everybody knows about your role and how you can assist them. So an innovation university goes out there, and that's what we did. We brought in investors, we brought in financial institutions, we brought in people who are manufacturing products, and it was very interesting to see how we are inventing the world around us. Kabarak University, I'm sure that's a challenge too. One study that was being done that I was part of was knowing your neighbor. Do you know your neighbor as Kabarak University? What is the perception of your neighbors about the university? Do they know about the service you offer? Do they know what you are doing that can change their life? These are things that we are doing to know our neighbor, to be able to take our products also above or beyond just the university. We have heard this morning that you can protect anything that is original. There are a lot of stuff that are original that can be protected. And the challenge is, how do we get that information? How do we then move that to the real world, where we are interacting the world? Institutions of higher learning, especially the university, meant for not only being in the ivory tower, like the university we used to have those many years back there, which used to be the university, where you only learn, our knowledge to learn. I remember one incident in the university I was working in. I worked in Moi University for 13 years. And in one of these forums we were in, one of the professors said this: when we want to introduce vocational technical subjects, we want to introduce business in terms of entrepreneurship. And he said, look, that's for Juakali, you know. Those fellows who are in Juakali can do this. But we at the university, you know, we teach the classics. He was a historian, he's passed on now. But later on he realized that no longer are the institutions of higher learning place of ivory tower. We have to come down. You have to go to the marketplace. That's what banks like Equity Bank did to the marketplace. Look at what it's doing with Safaricom. Why is it ahead of other telcos? It's because it went to the marketplace. Universities like this one should go to the marketplace. All of us are going to the marketplace. And you'll find that universities from across the globe are coming to Kenya. What are they doing? They are fishing. The Australian universities, see these conventions, they are now moving to towns. They used only to be in Nairobi, but now in cities. Come to Nakuru here and say, we have Australian universities, we have British universities. Come and see, come and take our programs. What are they doing? They are very innovative. They are going out there. Are we doing the same thing in our neighboring countries? That's another challenge to our universities. Recently, we had a visit ourselves to Sudan, South Sudan. We are taking our services there, and so on, and other places. I'm sure Kabarak is doing the same thing. The challenge to all of us to innovate. We have new things, we have new ideas that we can take to the marketplace, novel, that can change the community. Ours to make positive change in the community. Look at Japan, for example. After they were devastated in the Second World War, what happened? From ashes, ruins, to real giant, among the top 3 economies in the world. What is it? They became more innovative. They protected their innovations. And they went, China is here today. In fact, many of us are saying, why are we now, have we turned to China? Why don't we manufacture our own products here? And some would say this, that what we need to do is close our borders. We are not going to bring in items from China. Textiles, for example, why should we bring them from China? Toothpicks, for example. Matchsticks, why we bring them? Fish, we are importing them from China. Why we get this, even eggs and so on? Why are we doing this? What has happened to us? Where has the rain beaten us? And I'm challenging all of us here, scholars who are here, the team that is from KIPI and other members who are here, who are actually guests who are going to be sharing after this. Where has the rain begun beating us? And what are we doing as universities? This kind of week should be able to challenge us. So when we move from here, we're saying we are going to make it as Kenyans. Made in Kenya for Kenyans and beyond. The Nyayo car, for example, Mzee, for second president of the Republic of Kenya, came up with the Nyayo car. Actually commissioned, I worked very close to the people who are commissioned to start that motor vehicle. And we had the vehicle. But what happened? What happened to Kenyans? Shall we rise up, ladies and gentlemen, and be able to say, enough is enough. We have to change our country. The narrative is different. We're not going to be importing food from countries that have no climate like ours. We should be able to change from within. It is you and me. Transformation of your mind. When you talk of innovation, it's not in the air. It's not someone from out there. It's not the Muzungu or the Chinese to come and bring change here. It is you and I. And as students, challenge your lecturers. I hope I'm not making an insurrection here. Students, challenge your lecturers. If they're teaching the same stuff for examination, tell Mwalimu, how can I do this beyond the classroom? What is this knowledge for? If it's going to change me and change the world, yes, how can I do it? This is what we do. And that's what we're challenging our students, that wherever we are, we make sure that as a university, we must make change. Begin from your community. What change are you having in your community? How can you move this further? And students who are here from as far flung as we are from this country, what are you doing in your community at home there? If there are places of flying toilets, can you change that community? Water issue, can you do that? We challenge our students. Can you do something? Coming to the university is an opportunity for you to interact, to learn, to organize yourself, to learn to know that you are a potential. All of you are big assets in your lives. I asked for a shorter time, but I can see my time. I can talk on and on and on. But I appreciate this opportunity that we are here, the guests who are here, Asante Sana, and those who spoke before me, and I'm sure those who are here earlier in the week, we appreciate this. Let's take this as a challenge to all of us. Are we going to be innovative? It does not mean that I must come up with a gadget. No, innovation is ideas, novel ideas that can bring change, make life better. Can you do that? And all of us are capable. Because you will not be here if you are not capable. With those many remarks, I want to wish you God's blessings and say thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Shall we make our university innovative? Shall we make our lives innovative? As I wake up in the morning, what do I think about innovation? As I sleep in the evening, what new thing did I do in a different way that makes it better? What are those things that we need to be doing to make this country a good country? I want to thank you so much. After I left Kabarak University, I became Vice Chancellor, of course, at the Presbyterian University of East Africa. And then now I am at Zitech University, assisting younger faculty to become faculty members and so on. I turned 70 about 3 months ago. Not 6 months ago, I turned 70, and I thank God for that. And I'm wishing each one of you to live up to that point where you are saying, yes, you can still make a contribution to this country and see that we have a change. My last born daughter, she should be here. She's doing her PhD here. Her last born daughter, Faith, I'm sure she teaches some of you. And so I challenged her. Parents who are here, challenge your children to jump higher. You know, don't just let them move and change, make a change. Students who are here, you have siblings at home. Tell them the university is a place for everybody. Thank you so much and God bless. Very nice.
That was very motivating, very guiding, and very inspiring, very informative. As Professor was talking, I could feel the energy, the hope, the enthusiasm, the passion that lies within you about innovation. I wish we could listen to you more and more, but I have no doubt we shall definitely plan to have another forum where you'll have exclusive time to speak to an audience about innovation. We wish you many more years, Professor Kibas, because you seem to still have a lot of energy to share knowledge that you are sharing. Professor Peter Kibas is the Dean, School of Business and Economics, Zitech University, and it would interest you to know that he's served as a Deputy Vice Chancellor at Kabarak University in charge of academic and research, finance and administration. Thank you so much, and we are happy to have you back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first edition on the final day of the Central Rift Innovation Week. that is hosted by Kabarak University in collaboration with a number of partners. We have Kenya Commercial Bank, we have Strathmore University, we have Zetic University, we have Kenya Industrial Properties Institute, we have Kenya Copyright Board, we have Skyline Circle, we have Boresha Circle, Dandelion Africa, Nakuru Box Association of Innovation Hubs in Kenya. We have quite a list of partners who have come through to enable us be where we are. I would like to make a special mention of Nakuru Box. I am told the representatives are here. Wherever you are, please take a step forward and occupy a seat on the front desk so that we can recognize you properly. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, and this event is streaming live on both Facebook and YouTube, and so you can share that link broadly so that we can have those who have not made it to be here physically to follow the proceedings so that they can have to benefit from what we are doing. You can also tweet using the hashtag CRW2022 and hashtag KabrakUni and say something about the discussions that are ongoing in this place. I know there are so many people out there who may want to know a bit about innovations, and so we do them justice by sharing information that is going on at this place. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, I would like to invite Mr. Matthews Kiveo. Mr. Matthews Kiveo is the Regional Portfolio Manager, Great Rift Region, for the Kenya Commercial Bank, to share a bit. He will spend a very short time to share a bit. And Mr. Kiveo, I know he's not an academic, so he will actually be brief, like he has said, to share a bit about how commercial banks are involved in the support of research and innovation outputs. But you can give it the dimension that you're comfortable with. Mr. Kiveo.
Thank you, Michael. And true, you have said it. As bankers at times, we don't have as many words, right? And at times when you are speaking after Professor Kweyu, with the challenges that we have been given, it can be quite a task, but I believe, again, we will be able to do what we have to. And just again to talk to Professor, as KCB, where innovation is, you will definitely find us there. And that's why we are not here by chance, because we have to move with innovators. You don't invent, your future becomes blink. And we are very, very, very proud this afternoon to be amongst the innovators that are in this room, so that we can also take our lessons, so that Professor next time will be talking about KCB as innovators, as opposed to others who did it at one point in time. So on behalf of KCB Bank, I'm delighted to join you today for this Central Rift Innovation Week crew, if I read it well, here at Kabarak University. Allow me to thank the university fraternity for extending the invitation to KCB, again appreciating the role that banks then do play in supporting innovations in this country. From the onset, I would like to emphasize how much KCB values innovators and researchers who are key drivers of the various sectors, and we will remain committed in supporting and ensuring success of innovative projects aimed at improving our country or economy at this point in time. As a KCB, we are cognizant of the fact that innovators and researchers play a key role in most economies. Professor mentioned Japan. There are those other people you have mentioned who come to Baringo, among others. So we do take cognizance of that, and particularly in developing countries, and therefore we strive to deliver competitive financial solutions that meet needs of our individual institution customers across the country and beyond. And of course, I know you are aware, KCB is the leading regional bank, right? So we will really like to walk this journey towards making the innovative ideas come to life, so that students that are here then can have the confidence that once they come up with those very innovative ideas that we have been challenged to come up with, then KCB is there to work with you. Innovators have shown resilience during and after the pandemic. You remember the COVID? And the future can only be brighter as the path to economic recovery is set on a positive trajectory. So everybody is looking up to the innovators to come up with solutions as we come out of this COVID period, to come up with solutions that will then usher the country to the next level. Of course, Kenya Innovations and Research Ecosystem is on the move. Kenya has been recognized world over as a leading hub for research and innovation on the continent, thanks to several strengths, including the robust innovation policy framework, which has been very amply spoken to by the speakers who are before me, particularly the KIPI and the Copyright Board, right? Which makes it then possible for all of us to be able to play out in these innovations that are then before us, right? A growing number of innovators, a huge population, of course, in technology, and you know Kenya is one of the leading places. Remember the M-Pesa that was mentioned by one of the young innovators here, which puts us up there in the world market when it comes to financial innovations, which KCB then seeks to play a very robust role in. The potential impact of innovation in supporting social and economic development in developing countries relies on the maturity of innovation and research ecosystems. Innovation and research ecosystems not only increase the number of business opportunities, but also lead to new jobs, economic growth through the creation of businesses and employment categories, as well as strengthening the existing businesses. Of course, KCB being one of them. Turning to the theme, securing small business bank loans from commercial banks for commercialization of research and innovation outputs, which the bank, of course, have been requested to speak to, I wish to categorically state that for innovators and researchers to transform those very good ideas, then they need very strong financial partners to work with. You need to be supported as researchers, as innovators, to transform those ideas, to develop innovative products and bring to the market. They require collaborative effort of various players in the economy. One of the most important institutional conditions for the process of innovation and research is the possibility of financial institutions financing innovators and researchers to be able to deliver products, services that will have a positive impact in the economy, just the ones that Professor Quayle has spoken to. We must get these ideas then to the market so that our impact can be felt. KCB has been at the forefront of supporting Kenya innovation and research ecosystem by offering affordable credit and innovative products. We are not just talking of giving any products, but we are talking as KCB that we desire to give very innovative products to ensure that there is business continuity. As a bank, we have fostered a relationship model to ensure that anyone can borrow within the business need and are able to repay with ease by offering affordable interest rates with low collateral requirement. I know in Kenya, anytime you think of a bank, you are thinking of a million conditions, you are thinking of collateral, you are thinking all that. So we are here saying that as KCB, we want to ensure that the young innovators and all those in the research world can then tap into the financial solutions that we have at low interest rates with very minimal conditions, no collateral if possible. So KCB is there working with you on that journey. We have various tailor-made products such as the SME banking, Biashara Club, asset-based finance facilities, insurance, KCB Capital for investment needs. And just recently, last week, we did launch a women's agenda proposition dubbed The Flame, which I'm sure you must have come across on the social platforms. These being a female-led and made enterprises, a 360 invention platform that seeks to offer solutions to our women entrepreneurs that are flexible, accessible, and affordable. We are committed to disbursing 50 billion per year. And I want to challenge those ones of us who are innovators in this room, particularly our ladies. Please tap into this product. KCB has committed to disburse 50 billion. So I'm challenging you to take that step so that you can walk to any of our branches and say, you have heard about Flame and you want to take advantage of it so that, again, we can move and promote this economy together. I want to encourage you, again, just ensure, as today we have come with the branch manager, you are told, of Nakuru. We have our relationship manager here, Armstrong Kavo. We have put a tent out there so that you can go and ask all those questions and explore the opportunities that then we offer as a financial institution. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that Kenya's potential to generate cross-country solutions and markets is largely untapped. There is an urgent need to foster linkages between sectors, counties, ecosystems, and ensure that innovation, growth, and development are happening in a sustainable and equitable ways. To all innovators present here today, don't be afraid to fail, because the only way to learn the business and get the hack of entrepreneurship, I encourage every young person in this room not to give up. I know the journey is never smooth. It is always tough. But again, looking at those of us in this room, I have every confidence that we are bold enough to chase after our dreams, and in an innovative way. That way, then, we will all live to the potential that each one of us have. You have what it takes to be the next big thing, the next in our country, and beyond. The M-Pesa fella, again, gave you the example. So I challenge you, as we crown this inaugural Innovation Week, that the next big thing should come from those ones of us seated in this university, those ones of us in this room, so that we will say, then the energy of Professor Kwei and all of us who have spoken today was not in vain. I look forward for the next big thing coming from the innovators who have listened to me today. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sharing those insights about Kenya Commercial Bank. Mr. Matthews Kiveu, the Regional Portfolio Manager, Kenya Commercial Bank. Very, very interesting insights there. Unfortunately, you have hindered to leaving before we engage you a bit, because you have excited a lot of interest in KCB. I wish you could spare us 5 minutes, because I know these ladies and gentlemen would like to engage with you a bit. But I know if you're busy, then we may reluctantly release you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Commercial Bank booth is outside, just by the venue. Please find time to drop by and engage them with any questions that you may have. This is the first edition, final day of the Central Rift Innovation Week, where we have a number of speakers and we'll be engaging with them. to get to know more about what they do. We would like to listen to all the speakers within short periods of time. Then we engage all of them in a single question and answer session of about 20 minutes. Then we can break and close. We can close and break. Then we can leave at own pleasure. The next speaker is called Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu. His name is Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu. Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu has come to us from Strathmore University. He is the Deputy Director, iLab Africa, Strathmore University. Mr. Kweyu is also a lead researcher at the E&M Health Project. He is the lead researcher, and he is also a member of the faculty. He's also a member of the School of Computing and Engineering at Strathmore University. I know when we talk about Strathmore University, it is not something I should talk about beyond this. Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu, we are happy that you have come. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcome Mr. Kweyu to speak to us for the next 15 minutes. Thank you. The IT team, please help us put up the presentation. Thank you. They have a copy? They have a copy already? All right. Okay. Thank you. This is off. Yes, it's off.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, innovators. It's my pleasure to be here at Kabarak University. As mentioned, my name is Emmanuel Kweyu. I'm the Deputy Director of iLab Africa. We call it at iLab Africa, a research and innovation center in Strathmore University. It's about 10 years old. It was formed actually to bridge this gap of technology to be able to respond to the industry needs, and also to bridge the gap of young people to build the capacity around this area of incubation and innovation. I'm sure for those of us who are coming from the computing side within Kabarak University, and maybe even some other guys coming from the other faculty, have had a mention of iLab Africa. We have been involved in a number of innovations, project, research work, collaborations with industry, products that have come out on this. And today, I'm just making a mention. There was a presentation that I was running just to discuss that. So really, I was going to make a few pointers about the role of innovation centers in supporting startups as resolution and entrepreneurship. And as they are trying to set it up, maybe I can challenge the people of KCB that perhaps our starting point is to collaborate with the incubation center in Kabarak and run some hackathon or incubation program as a bridge to allow them to access these funds that you are now asking them to be able to access. Because I understand exactly what these young people are asking, because they have ideas. And sometimes it becomes very hard for people to put money into ideas, unlike in Western countries. So perhaps to be able to panel beat these ideas, to move them from ideation into a minimum viable product level, for this to be able to access this funding, an initial step which I challenge Dr. Moses and team is to be able to make an ask of KCB to run an incubation program here in Kabarak for a good period of time to be able to run this. I say this in hindsight because we have been running a Women in Tech Incubation Support Program in collaboration with Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered Bank. We have done this for the last 5 cohorts. This is the 5th year. So we really have the experience, and we are ready to share that so that we can contribute to this space, because indeed there is very big talent, and we want to do that. Next slide, please. So just as an overview, I come from iLab Africa. It's a research and innovation center. We leverage on ICT technology to address development challenges. Within iLab Africa, we are divided into around seven specializations. As mentioned, I lead the one for eHealth, mHealth. Indeed, we run we are running an active project. I think the Mama Hub project with Dr. Moses here at the health facilities here in Nakuru. I'm part of the core investigating team. And also we have people in data science and analytics. We have people in cybersecurity. We have a full lab of IoT, Internet of Things, last mile connectivity. We have guys in digital content. And then finally, we have an incubator, which we refer to as at IBIS Africa. So I'm just going to mention a few highlights of what we do there as a role of what we are trying to accomplish in supporting you in achieving this. By the way, the IBIS Africa Incubation Center is also open to you as students of Kabarak University. Indeed, I must mention that I have, some of them are members of our team. In iLab Africa, we started only as 2 directors. We are now a big team of around 70. Most of them are below 30. Indeed, all of them except myself and maybe the director, because we are interested in tapping the talent of the young people. And I remember some of you guys I remember 1 or 2, I think 3 of you guys coming from the Faculty of Computer Science or the School of Computer Science in Kabarak, joining my team. So I think the path is very clear for you. Next, please. So as I mentioned, one of our wings of the 7 ones is an incubator. We have been really supporting a lot of incubation and innovation practices through collaboration with industry. And this has been the only way we have been doing it. So we work with industry partners to be able to run and support incubation, training, capacity building, access to seed capital, networking, mentorship, access to technology space, etc., etc. At the moment, I think we have supported over 500 plus startups. I am sure you are aware at least 1 or 2 of them have been there. Perhaps some of the innovations that can be highlighted that have come out of there. I think you are aware of mLedger. It came before now the standard M-Pesa app on the Android phone, where it was reading all the accounts, money sent in and out. It came out of that. I think the lady for Pesesha, Hilda, is one of the people who came out of the incubator. We have quite a number of other people. So we have a big opportunity for you people to be able to run. Next. As I've said, some of the services are there, and I think they are replicating, I am sure, that are being done here and in other universities. But we have pitch days, we have hackathons, we do the training, incubation, accelerator, and many other support services. So these are standard incubation programs that we then, but we innovate. We make them unique and customized to the circumstances and answer to the challenges that we are facing them. It's not just a standardized package. So we try as much as possible to respond to what you require. So, and they are open and available to you. Next. Over years, this is over 10 years, as I pointed out, we have worked with many partners. Some of them are banks, some of them are international corporations, some of them are the big techies, and all of them. The form of collaborations that we achieve is to work on a collaboration to actually target specific programs. Some of them may be short hackathons, some of them are very long programs that are required. So in a way, we are able to respond to your need and be able to do that. A new and emerging area that is now very keen for us to be able to focus on is how technology can intervene on these matters of climate change and sustainability. I think it's a big topic right now, and there are very many opportunities there. So I challenge you, irrespective of which area, to think of how we can be able to get solutions to address and mitigate and allow us to be able to mitigate some of these challenges of climate change. There could be solutions to support farmers, solutions to respond on weather changes, solutions to respond to disaster, solutions to respond to medical issues, solutions to be able to increase awareness and information. There are very many opportunities for you people to be able to take advantage of, and it's very good that we have the Innovation Week for you. Some key highlights that we have done over the years: we ran the Safaricom Up With Challenge, and we developed quite a number of innovations out of it. So Safaricom, through the Safaricom Foundation, has really supported us on this aspect. As it may be biased because it's based in Nairobi, I challenge Kabarak University to talk to Safaricom, and we can provide the necessary collaboration to be able to run this Up With Challenge in Central Rift. Why not? Yeah, we already have that aspect. Why not you guys do that? It doesn't have to be Nairobi alone. So I really think that, and we have been trying to push for that, that there's a disadvantage in people coming outside Nairobi. So we can challenge and be able to do that. Secondly, next. We've also worked with the foundations. A good example is called Idea Foundation, a foundation based in Norway, where this is an investor for social good. Through some connection, they are made aware of what we do, and they pumped in about 100,000 USD to be able to support ideas. They were not looking at equity. They were not investing to get a return. They were just investing for social good. They just want to see you succeed. So I challenge again, Kabarak University, you are a good mediator out of this. Please ensure that you catch on these opportunities. And there are very many foundations around here and outside which can be able to support these young people to reach to the next stage. So I think it's a good lesson from us. And as the pioneers, I think you could learn a lot from and avoid our problems, and then have a much more smoother way of interaction and doing that. Next, please. Also, we have been collaborating with universities. Waterloo University in Canada was responsible for the BlackBerry, one of the unicorns that came out of this. In Strathmore, we think that out of the 500 plus startups and ideas, at least one may be a unicorn. So the story of Waterloo University was that only one was BlackBerry. It disappeared out of the market years ago. And out of that, BlackBerry, as a return, built, I think, a 20-story full building for them, for the university, as a return. So there's really a future in this investment. So that when we invest in these young people, many years to come, they'll come back and make a return, either by providing a service, providing access, providing information, or even investing. So I think there's a huge opportunity for them to be able to do that. Next. There's a GIZ product and all that. So maybe we can move on to the second last slide. Just move on. Yes, up. Yes. So I was, in summary, I was going to talk about what is the role of this in innovation centers or incubation centers in supporting startup, accelerator, and entrepreneurship development. In summary, I think one of the big opportunities we can leverage on the name and the branding. As a young startup, you may not be well known. As a young startup. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
So I'm saying, as a young startup, you may not be known, but by collaborating with a brand like Kabarak University. Okay. As a young startup. Oh, we are fine. As I was saying, as a startup, you may not be very well known, but by collaborating with an establishment like Kabarak University, you can leverage on the name. It's the same thing happening at Strathmore University. We have collaborated, indeed, actually partnered with some of the startups. Some of the startups have spinned off into full companies, for which we have a stake in terms of the output. So I think that's also an opportunity for you to be able to leverage and work with them. Secondly, just go back again. You get the incubation services, as I was pointed out. And these are common, and I think they are available here. Thirdly, there is what you call the post-incubation support and sustainability. Beyond you moving out of the incubator, there are opportunities for you to access what we call more funding. A good example is what we did with the Standard Chartered Women in Tech incubation. Out of the people who went through the cohorts, they are now coming back to access what we call the investment pool money. Okay, so they are now coming back to now scale, to move forward to the next level. So it's possible for you to do that. And then number 4, obviously, there are industry linkages to be able to support you in sponsorship. There are opportunities to spin off for your case, and then also obviously to access the equity capital. And more importantly, there are all these peer-to-peer programs. One of the requirements we make in some of the programs is that when you make an application to join, maybe during the incubation process, we make conditions that you must be paired, or you must be a group of 4 or 3 with different skill sets, so that when you come together, it becomes easier to ideate or be able to mobilize that idea to something concrete. So you have some guys who are very good in technology, some other guys who are very good in marketing, some other guys who are good in customer relationship, some other guys who are good in the tech, in the hardware aspect of it. So that marriage becomes very easy for you to do that. All in all, this is a good opportunity, and I would like to thank the organizing team for having organized this Innovation Week, the first one. I hope it will be a series of them going forward. And out of this, there will be concrete activities that can be able to be move on beyond just the weekly activities. As I've challenged you, please talk to the sponsors, specifically KCB, beyond just setting up tent here. They need to do something for these young people here in the form of a hackathon, incubation, and many other things, and we're here to lend your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu, the Deputy Director, iLab at Strathmore University. We are happy that you have found time to come to us during the first edition of the Central Rift Innovation Week, all the way from Strathmore University to speak to us and share your vast knowledge with this congregation. I definitely know, and I have no doubt, that each one of us has benefited in a way or another, and we shall follow up with the knowledge you have shared to ensure that we touch lives and open up the economy, both local and global. Please join me in appreciating in a better way Mr. Eric Kweyu for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. We will be constituting a panel of some of the speakers. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them have already left, but we'll still have our speakers to engage in a question and answer session just immediately after we listen to a representative from the Nakuru box. The first time I heard about Nakuru box, I was wondering, what is this whole thing about box? Well, I've never seen a box in Nakuru, but I have had occasion to interact with these good people from Nakuru box, and they're wonderful, and I'm happy that they have found time to join us to represent the association, of course, represent themselves as Nakuru box, but also represent the Association of Innovation Hubs, I am told, that was to be taken up by Madam Magdalene, who has not made it here today. I will read a bit about Nakuru Box, just a bit in a minute. Nakuru Box is an innovation hub that is located in Nakuru City. It will interest you to know, those of you who don't know yet, that Nakuru is a city that has a co-working, it has a co-working space available for startups, a co-working space available for startups, freelancers, and entrepreneurs. Nakuru Box offers trainings to enhance capacity building. I hope you can hear me. In another world, I could be a preacher. Sorry about that. I think let us have it sorted. Thank you. That's not what happens quite often at Kabarak University, so this is an isolated case. They offer, this Nakuru Box, they offer training to enhance capacity building in the technology space, SME coaching, mentorship, and access to funding through partners. That is a brief bio of Nakuru Box. They will let us know where they are located in Nakuru town. I think that will be very important because I can see they offer space. So if you're a freelancer or you need some space to work, then you can always approach them with your laptop, or probably they also provide that. You sit there and do your work. They'll provide some nice coffee. I think Mr. George will share a little more about where they are located and what they do. We shall have Mr. George Wayne speak to us, so I'll read a brief bio of Mr. George Wayne. Mr. George Wayne is the Managing Director of Nakuru Box, and he is a computer scientist by profession and has vast experience in entrepreneurship. He is keen on creating solutions using the technology, so he's a good fellow to look at. We have other representatives from Nakuru Box who are here. There is Mr. Bill Osborne, who is a project associate at Nakuru Box. And we have Ms. Dorcas Kimani, who is the finance lead at Nakuru Box. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. George Wayne to speak to us briefly about innovations and the perspectives of innovations from Nakuru Box. Mr. George Wayne. Please help me welcome Mr. Wayne. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Why are we responding like we've not had lunch? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George, as introduced, and today I'll be speaking in capacity as the Managing Director of Nakuru Box, as well as a representative or a member of Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. I'll do an introduction of both, and thereafter I'll speak about the partnership we have with Kabarak University and specifically the Central Rift Innovation Week. Allow me to say that Mr. Emmanuel has given us deep insights about the importance of innovation hubs to startups, to entrepreneurs. And I'll not reinvent the wheel in talking about the points that he has mentioned. Personally, I am a beneficiary of having gone through incubation hub programs, and specifically iLab Africa. To go deep into even say that I was among the first cohort of Safaricom Upwiz, and a finalist with a startup that was in the technology space. That was in the year 2014. That's about 8 years ago. The program that I went through then, through iLab Africa and Safaricom Upwiz, gave me a lot of insights, gave me a lot of knowledge that I still carry up to date, and decided that it is time for us to pass this on to fellow entrepreneurs. I am a beneficiary of 3 other programs, including MLab East Africa, in collaboration with other stakeholders that formed Pivot East Africa, and Tony Elumelu Foundation as well. That was a Pan-African program that was focusing a lot of entrepreneurship and as well as mentorship, and thereafter we're able to get funding from that particular program. So yes, what Mr. Emmanuel has said is paramount, and it is of importance that we take advantage of these opportunities as young people. I will not compare where we are to 10 years ago, because opportunities that are there are immense and are there for all of us to take advantage of. One of the other key importance of accessing incubation hubs for us as young entrepreneurs or as young startups is to access funding opportunities, which Mr. Emmanuel has mentioned. So Nakuru Box bumps into these opportunities because we get access to funding opportunities for young people. So if you're well connected to incubation hubs, to what is happening here at Kabarak University, then the challenge of saying that I cannot start a business because I lack funding should not be an excuse for you as a young entrepreneur. Let's find another reason, but funding should not be a reason for us to say we cannot start a business. Access to network is another important aspect in you tapping into these particular programs. Let us take advantage of the networks we can find. Kipi is here to help us patent our ideas. Kipi is here to help us make sure that the ideas are ours. How else can you access such a network if it's not through the incubation hubs or through the platforms that we have? The last importance is, of course, pitch mastery, and of course, having access to the business model canvas, which is paramount to any entrepreneur who wants to shape up a proper structure for their business. So if you want to identify yourself with a proper structure, if you want to have the courage and the insights to be able to talk about your business confidently, then tapping into the incubation hub space is of relevance. Allow me to introduce Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs, which is also a partner in this particular event. They represent different entrepreneurship support organizations outside Nairobi County. Sorry, Mr. Emmanuel, but we have an association that represents us. The Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs has brought together all the ESOs, all the entrepreneurship support organizations outside Nairobi, and they are keen on making sure that these opportunities zinafika mashinani. And that is the power of Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. Other than that, they run several programs, they run several capacity building initiatives, and they're able to channel these opportunities through the innovation hubs so that they can reach to each one of us. In our midst, we have Billy Osborne, who is a regional representative for the Nakuru region, and later we can be able to engage him further. In conclusion, we have been in conversation with the Central Rift Innovation Week organizing committee, and if you can allow me to mention about our partnership. Unfortunately, this year, we started the conversations a bit late when this event had already been planned, and the South Rift Innovation Week was already in planning. But rather than that, we have made sure that we are able to work together, and that is why we are here as Nakuru Box, as Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs, and that is why we are representing that particular region in this particular event. We have also invited the Central Rift Innovation Week to participate in the Innovation Week that is happening from the 17th, from the 14th of November to the 18th of November. And one of the key activities that we are doing that has been talked about in this particular event is the need of having a hackathon. I'm sure next year we will do a joint event, but some of the activities that we intend to implement in this year's South Rift Innovation Week is a hackathon. And we wish to tender to extend the invitation to each one of you. As a student, as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, you are welcome to participate in the hackathon that is happening from the 14th to the 18th of November 2022. Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub has taken the lead in ensuring that this opportunity goes countrywide. So this is one of the activities that we are doing at this particular Innovation Week that is coming out. And one of the elements that will be happening is that in partnership with UNDP, Safaricom, Huawei, Innovate UK, and other key stakeholders, will be awarding a grant of $3,000 to top 3 innovators from that hackathon. Sijasikia makofi. Take advantage of that opportunity as an innovator. $3,000 is money that you can win as a grant. This year we are focusing on 4 sectors. We have transport, we have tourism, agriculture, and manufacturing. And our theme this year is innovating towards a smart city. Nakuru is the latest city in the country, so how do we innovate to make our city smart in the 4 sectors that we have? There's a website, southrift.co.ke. The application form is on the website to apply into the hackathon and also to attend the event. As I conclude, allow me to, this is an ambush, but I'll have to invite Magdalene Chepkemoi, who is the chair lady of Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs, and who we've worked with in this journey of entrepreneurship. MC, I've taken your job, but tutanisamehe tu, nikaribishe chair lady wangu, na tumpigie makofi anapojongea.
Hello everyone. Hello Kabarak. Habari zenu? Did you know that I am also an alumni of Kabarak? Yes, I am. I graduated in 2010 from BSc in Computer Science, Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. So my name is Chepkemoi Magdalene. I am the chairperson of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub, a network which brings together all innovation hubs across the country with a focus of innovation hubs outside the capital city, which is Nairobi. Because we know there is a lot of concentration of innovation and innovation support, which is happening in Nairobi. But then, you know, Kenya, Nairobi might be 30%, 70% is the other, outside Nairobi. So that's what we are focusing on, and that is why we are working with all innovation hubs outside Nairobi, who are full members of the association, and if you are based in Nairobi, you become an associate member. So we currently have over 64 innovation hubs across the country that we are working with. And all the 64 yearly, they create about 50 to 100 jobs, and also supporting innovation and supporting startups. So we started the the network just to support and enable the different innovators, because also innovation is not necessarily tech. And technology is not a synonym for innovation. There are so many other innovations that are happening across the country. And actually, the innovation hubs is the first place that they go for support. And we are also looking for ways to work with academia and working with the research institutions, just to see ways in which we can commercialize some of the innovations that are happening. And of course, without forgetting myself, I'm also the founder and the executive director of EldoHub. EldoHub is an innovation hub which is based in Eldoret, but then we've worked in 40 counties. And I don't know if anyone has heard about the digital apprenticeship program, where we take young people with digital training. We give them job opportunities, internship, and we pay them a stipend, working with different organizations, which are SMEs, tech startup, or traditional businesses who are looking to digitize their business processes. Most of the young people that we've worked with, some of them have been employed internationally, some of them have gotten full-time job with different organizations across the country. So you can also check out that. Otherwise, thank you so much. I'll hand over the program to the MC.
Thank you, George Wayne, and thank you, George, for that good presentation. You have given us information about Nakuru Box and what you are doing, and given advice on what young people and the rest of us can do to pump up the spirit of innovation in our spaces. Thank you so much, Magdalene Chepkemoi, for coming over all the way from Eldoret to join us. We had almost given up. In fact, when George stood up to speak, we said he was also going to speak on your behalf. But we are happy that you have made it to join us. I also want to add, more voice to the fact that Magdalene is an alumnus of Kabrak University, so a visible product of the kind of people the university is sending out to the public. We are proud of you as a university on behalf of the university that you're doing what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite the three speakers to kindly stand up and walk to the podium for a brief Q&A session. I request that we add one more chair, please, so that we are four. So we'll have Mr. George Wayne of Nakuru Box, Professor Peter Kibas of Zetech University, Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu of Strathmore University, and Madam Magdalene Chepkemoi of the chairperson of the Association of Innovation Hubs in Kenya. Thank you. Please spread them a bit more generously. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. This session will be 15 minutes, so we'll just do a max of 2 rounds of questions, then we'll stop. George Wayne is from Nakuru Box. Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu is from Strathmore University. Madam Magdalene is from the Association of Innovation Hubs. And Professor Peter Kibas, the former DVC, Kabrak University, and current Dean, School of Business Economics, Zetech University, have all spoken to us. So make sure that you package your question very well, keep it precise, so that we understand you more clearly. Maswali, this is the last session, so we're almost there. Yes, there's a question up there. Thank you. Can we have the other camera, please? I mean a microphone, sorry. Pale juu, kuna swali pale juu, hapo, then hapo juu. Is there a question up there? There's somebody threatening to raise their hand. Mr. Ben, I can see you. So we have two questions now as you package other. Oh, there's a third question here. Thank you. And there's a fourth question here. That's the first round. Fourth person there. Please proceed. Keep it precise. A max of 2 questions if you must ask more than one.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Kennedy Kiptum from Eldamaravine Technical and Vocational College. My question will go to the ones who are dealing with an innovation hub or the labs. So every one of you will allude to the question. So assuming I have an idea, not assuming, I have an idea of which most of us do, but maybe we lack the skill in that field. Maybe it's a technological idea which we need programming, like Android application or a mobile or a website. If I have that kind of an idea, can I partner with someone in the lab or the hub who has that technical skill? And is there a framework that will necessitate for both of us to benefit, myself with the idea and the person who actualized the idea?
Thank you. That's a question to Mr. Emmanuel Kweyu. There's another question up there. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Bernard Binder from Equity Bank, Nairobi. My question is to Emmanuel on 2 things. In terms of, and I think it aligns to what the gentleman is talking about. When 4 people have an idea and they are in a sandbox, you tend sort of to lose the original idea at the point of you are put together, but you have your own vision as an innovator. So how do you sieve through so that your idea carries the day, yet you are the original sort of thinker? Number 2, the challenges of a startup. From experience at iHub, I am an alumni of Strathmore. What of the challenges do you face at when all these guys come up with new ideas and they go out there? You've seen organizations like Kune getting funding. 2 years down the line, they are out. You've seen an organization like Sky Garden getting funded. I don't know, is it an excitement issue? Is it, what are the challenges of a startup? Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's the second person who have asked a question. The third person? All right. Over that gentleman over there, then Dr. Thiga down here.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Rico Mondi, School of Medicine. I'm still a student at Kabarak. And my question to Ms. Chepkemoi, is do you offer excursion tutorials? Like, for example, before the election, while I was at home, the FIDE organization organizing some trip, like 2 month trip to Machakos to train you on how to associate and marketing skills and election observance. And I was among the election observer recently in the recently concluded election. So in your Eldoret Tech, do you offer tutorials, excursions for a period, and do you charge or the company charge? And number two question is, do you have collateral relationship with other countries like Uganda or Western countries? And how far has the collateral relationship signifies to our economy and country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Thiga, please.
Yes, thank you. Mine is to all of them. If you've run an innovation challenge or a hackathon, and you know if you don't offer a prize and monetary at that, chances of active and enthusiastic participation probably would be 0, you know? Is there a chance that we could offer non-monetary rewards? Have you tried it? And must they always be monetary? Because I find that when we offer money, the money becomes the end. And after they get the money, I don't know, it ends there. Then the search for the next prize begins. and the next prize, and the next prize, and it's a perpetual cycle. Just comment on the issue of monetary, non-monetary rewards, their contribution or lack of it thereof in promoting innovation and commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thiga. We now listen to responses. I request that we kindly keep it very brief. Just spend a minute to every question so that we save time. Let's start with ladies first. Let's start with Madam Magdalene.
Thank you. I want to start with the first question, where he's asking if he has a technological idea, you know, how do they partner with an expert to bring that idea to life? And I think that's a challenge which we currently have. You've seen so many tech companies are setting up in Kenya, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and they're competing for the senior talent, to work in those organizations. And you know, we have banking institutions, we have Safaricom and the others. All of them are competing for the senior talent. So that means the junior talent can actually be of much support to you. And I think that's where you fit very well for the digital apprenticeship program, which I talked about. Because our target mainly is the SMEs, and which are tech startup, traditional non-tech businesses, or anyone who is looking to digitize their business processes. So there are different, there is a hard tech, which include data science, software development, there's a digital marketing, there's, another thing. So you can actually apply for that, for a digital talent, and you can work together to bring that idea to life. Another thing also is to collaborate with someone who who is also maybe a software developer that can help you develop a mobile application or an Android application. And in that, maybe if you don't have resources, you can work together and agree on building a company together. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalene, for that comprehensive response. Mr. Emmanuel, you had a number of questions.
Yes. Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. Just responding to the first question of where you have an idea and you may have a gap, I think the opportunity here is to collaborate. Perhaps the fear you are having is that this idea can be taken over by this other person because we are collaborating together. A secure way in perhaps collaborating here is to legally talk about what you call co-owning the IP. They also co-own, they are part of you. So that is a part of in the incubator program that we've been running, we've always been insisting a multiplicity of ideas. So we have people who have, in fact, sometimes even we insist on gender, because we have people who have very good ideas, and when you come together, the four of you, you even make it a better idea. So someone can fill in on the skill gap, someone can fill in on the marketing, someone can fill in on the hardware aspect, and together you co-own this idea. So the idea is that it can be protected when you co-own it as part of that. Now, the question on the ownership and the sandbox and the idea, I think the most important thing here is you are the owner of the idea. And therefore, you need support from other partners who are coming in. That can be one arrangement. And the other arrangement, you are the owner of the idea, but you want the contribution of these people to be a bigger idea so you could co-own this. It is also something which is also very, very viable. Because I think we have seen good examples in many of these companies where the partnerships has really worked. Also remember, there are two things about IP, which is the intellectual property you have, and the equity, or the person who is investing in this. The person who is investing is interested in a return. But you still own the idea. You are the one who is owning the IP. Okay? So there is also a big difference in that. And that's the reason why it is important to have an incubation center in a place like Kabarak. Because now some of these concepts can be ventilated very well and actually protected and guarantee you be able to do that. One of the things that we do in the incubator, and I think Eldo Hub does that and all these other ones, we sign a non-disclosure to guarantee you that your idea is protected. And also the mentors and the people who are recruited, we are very strict that these people are above board. They are ethical, they are clear, they are interested in supporting you. So it is the obligation of the incubator to ensure that actually you feel comfortable to be able to do and exploit that what you have. Challenges on startups, this is a world over problem. The unicorns are the ones which show that they have succeeded, but out of one, there are always 10,000 which are failing, and for a variety of reasons. One could be equity and management. One is just like the way the chicken lays 12 eggs and 6 hatch. It's the nature of this process of the incubation. Some of them are very significant challenges of this. One is a funding gap. You will find there's a big differentials. Some time ago, an investor came to the university interested in investing in ideas on energy and conservation of energy, renewable energy. And he was saying his ticket is $250,000 per one idea. We told him that, look, these young guys can hardly absorb 10,000 USD or 15,000 at most. And that differential said he cannot invest. So what we wanted to do is that ask him to invest in a portfolio. Why don't you give me the 250 and I split the 250 to 10, okay? So that these other guys can actually benefit and what we, that differential is there and that's what causes some of the startups to fail. Internal conflict within the startup is also a major one, where there's a major disagreement. And then you see people, the other one is obviously you get overtaken by the technology, you get overtaken by the market dynamics, and this is very, very, very natural. In some other examples, people who join together and start with one idea actually morph to another idea. In one example, we had a startup who are called Papink. They wanted to do a gift exchange business during events like Valentine's. They have very customized, nice flowers, etc., delivery, etc. They realized one problem, that for them to put them on the website, they needed someone who is... So I think the one which is there. The non-monetary aspect of the hackathon, Dr. Moses, this is very good. We moved away from that completely. We cannot do that. Last week but one, we did a hackathon with AWS for one weekend. And we had 100 participants who are coming in. The reward was you have a voucher to access the AWS cloud functions. That's all. Yeah. So the technology can allow you to do that. But the reward in terms of prizes, we moved away from that. Because it doesn't make sense anymore, okay? So, because the prize is not even helping you to ideate the idea, to go beyond that. So maybe what the prize should be is that after the competition, the winner is accessing some capital, which you as the incubator is controlling. So that based on milestones, you release based on milestones and reports so that they can continue. So that becomes the prize. But this idea of the small prizes, mobile phones, 10 years ago when Android was on the market, we used to do Safaricom challenges. We used to give the small hackathon, mobile phone, because it was the in thing at that time. And then what happened was, every time we open a new challenge, the same guys, they reapply again, and they apply again, because they have mastered communication skills, they have mastered how to do these things, and then it's futile. So I think we move away from that. There are other better incentives. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Something on the
you want to add something?
Yes.
Yes.
And after Kabarak, I went to Strathmore. So I actually participated in an hackathon, an health hackathon. And we were a group of 7 people, and we won some money, some dollars. The first thing which people suggested was we divide the money. So it never helped us. So, but the one, there's some also aspect where, you are given a seed funding. Like Wayne mentioned that, there is the $3,000. It is not actually $3,000 that we are giving you. There is terms and conditions. If you say you want to buy, and we are helping you, maybe you want to build a prototype, then you give us the supplier's details, we pay the supplier to supply the things that you need. Yeah.
Thank you. So you did divide the money?
There was no question directed to me, but I can comment as a
Thank
professor.
You. Professor, please proceed. Thank you, Magdalene.
One is, I'll start with the last one. What we talk about is intrinsic motivation. In whatever you do, is not because of the money at the end. That should come as a reward. And then, of course, once we build in that motivation, you'll continue going. Even if there's no money, you continue doing what you are doing. And that's what we should build, really. Money is not a reward, it's a bribe. So what comes in is enabling, whereby you have funds that will enable you to the next stage. That is how you can be able to motivate most of the innovators. The other one I want to bring about is about why startups fail. From the entrepreneurial perspective, this is what we found out. That one of the key things here is, first of all, the entrepreneurial orientation. Do you think entrepreneurially? Or have you seen an opportunity and you want to make quick shilling or a quick bag? So you must have entrepreneurial orientation in that the motivation to you is to succeed in whatever you do. Even if you fail 10 times, you'll still get back there and run. In fact, if you ask some of these entrepreneurs who are very successful, they will tell you, I failed 10 times or more. I lost so much, but those were lessons I learned. So the key thing is, can we orient them properly? Those of you who are innovators, you need some training on being oriented towards being entrepreneurial thinking. And then the skills, of course, will come in. Specific skills like marketing, for example. You have a new product, you are taking the market, but you don't know how to market this product and to whom. So again, skills to do with market survey. Find out who do want to buy your products and so on. And the last one here is networks. It's very important to know the networks. Work with financial institutions. Work with the other organizations that are able to move your product to the next level. So those are some of the key things mentioned besides what my colleague has mentioned here. That, you know, as entrepreneurs, startups should actually think about the long haul, not the short haul, the long haul. And you fail, you go to the next level and you continue. Of course, people must fail. Yeah, and those are lessons. Not that everybody will succeed, you know. So we accept a certain percentage of failure, but those who continue persistently can make a difference. I think that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your contribution. Yes, Mr. George.
All right, I think I have 2 pointers to top up onto what my colleagues have mentioned. And one of them is skill development or talent development, which I think most of the innovation hubs have this as a service, or they offer this to the startups who come to the space. So talent development, skill development, which touches a lot on capacity building, which is something that we are all keen on. One of us asked us a question on if I'm not competent in programming. And one of the recommendations is you can partner with someone who has experience in computer programming. You yourself as well can earn that skill and can be able to learn how to code as a programmer. And you might be surprised that you actually have the passion to do it. And you can access these particular skills at the different innovation hubs that we have. I think we have a partnership, and I think also Eldo Hub has a partnership with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. And through that partnership, we're able to offer 3 online programs, that is artificial intelligence, data science, and software development. And through that program, which they have made extremely affordable to young entrepreneurs and to young people, you can be able to possess that skill and you can have that talent as an entrepreneur. And you yourself can be able to code what you want, and you can be able to build your business based on that particular skill. So the other aspect is also on partnership with fellow co-founders. There is a model that you can use to be able to identify shareholding, for example, because this is a challenge that we face as young entrepreneurs or as startups. Is I want to partner with Magdalene, I want to partner with Emmanuel, I want to partner with Prof. He's bringing this on board. He's not bringing money, but he has a skill in entrepreneurship. So what shares am I supposed to give him as a co-founder? So how are you able to identify that? And there are different models, and this is something that, of course, can be introduced, and you can be able to learn through a training how to give shares to fellow co-founders. And it's not just because he has brought in 10,000 shillings, so let me give him 60% of the company. That is throwing away your company. And that is where we make mistakes. And that is where it's a contributing factor to why startups fail as well, because you're not covering your ground from the basics of even having a mutual understanding based on a number of factors. Skill is one, finances is another, the idea holder is another. So there are various aspects, and there's a model that can guide this, which of course can be trained to all of you. The other thing that I'll emphasize on that has been mentioned is contracts, and contracts. You're never too young to come up with a contract. You're never too young to consult with a lawyer. You're never too young to put everything into black and white, which is pen and paper. Put it into contract. You have an idea you want to share with Wayne, you have an idea you want to share with Emmanuel, Tell them I want to sign an NDA. You have an idea you want to share with your friend for them to come on board as a co-founder, sign a contract and let it be legally binded. Many people have lost businesses because of not signing contracts and not putting everything into plain black and white. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you, George, and thank you, panelists, for answering the questions very competently. We'll take another one round of questions, and this is how it would go. I want one question to each of the panelists because of time. So a question, you say your name, you direct your question to each of the panelists. So one person, one panelist. If a question has been put to the panelists, you don't ask them again. So that's how the second round would go. Okay. Yes, there will be a question there. I also have a question to Professor, so let me ask mine. I am putting my question to you because I know you have been involved in this space maybe a little longer. What is our positioning as a country? Looking at history, the history of innovations, looking at the regional involvement in the innovation space. How do we score as a country, and how is the future like based on that country, according to you? Thank you. Yes, please proceed. So Professor has already been asked a question. Please don't go to Professor again. Sorry? Managing time, sir. Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Anita Rotich from Eldama Ravine TVC. My question goes to Mr. Kweyo. You talked about a program that you had on women in techie. Kindly expound more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kweyo. Another question? There's a question? Yeah, there's a question over there, Mr. Ben. Mr. Ben. So that's the third question. I want one more last question. Just one last question. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for this chance. My name is Ben Madai. I'm a pharmacy student at Kabarak. My question goes to Mr. George. I'm just curious to know whether there have been any innovations in the health sector. I've seen and interacted.
Is it clear?
Mama Hub.
Is it audible? Okay, please proceed.
I've seen and interacted with the Mama Hub. They're one of the people out here, but I just want to know whether there are others out there, so that as students we also take up our position in such. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question.
Hello, my name is Triza, and my question is to Madam Chepkemoi. So how much room is there for innovation in which words like programming or coding are not an integral part but rather a facilitator, especially for people who have not taken courses related to computer science? Yes.
Thank you. Those are all questions. Let's start with Professor.
Thank you very much for that question. I hope you are listening. Globally, if I may begin globally, Kenya ranks about 76 to 86%. 76 to 86 globally. But when it comes to the continental, we rank about 3-4. 3-4 because of South Africa, West Africa, and some of the North African countries. So we are doing very well. And if we are not careful, Rwanda might overtake us. But we are number 3. Kenyans are very innovative in all ways. Look at M-Pesa and many others. It means we are doing very well. And you guys, kudos to you as young innovators. Thank you so much.
All right, I think my response to whether there are innovations in the health sector, and I think the health sector is one of the industries that has the most innovations in the country, and I think my colleagues can attest to this. A lot of technology has evolved in the health sector, and more innovations are coming up in this particular sector. I would mention different ideas that are in that industry, but because of time, I will only mention one key idea that really impressed us in a judging panel that we were in a couple of months ago. And this idea was offering health as a service, or rather health services, to the public for free. So you will ask me, how are they able to do that? So doctors came together, put up an application, and they were giving consultation for free to the public. But the catch was, you as an individual will sign up to the application with your biodata. So that data is what they would use to partner with other stakeholders and, of course, display or rather relay necessary information to you. So you have a condition, for example, diabetes, and someone is offering a solution for that particular sickness. So you will be a potential patient to that particular person. So you buy that medicine because you've offered data, you've been given consultation, and they're able to sell you medicine based on the fact that you've been given free consultation through the portal. So that particular app is called Snack Health, and Snack Health is able to generate revenues from commissions from those people who are selling medicine, those people who are partners to the Snack Health startup founders. So that's an innovation, very simple innovation. I'm offering free consultation, but in exchange, you get medicine, I get a commission from that particular sale that has been made. So a lot of innovation is happening in the health sector, and you have an opportunity. Think, bring your idea. We have Kabarak, we have the Central Rift Innovation Week Committee. Talk to them, talk to someone, and I'm 100% sure that no idea is invalid to propel.
Thank you, George. Magdalene?
Thank you for that question. I think anyone can learn programming language, anyone. You know, programming is a language like English. Let me just make it easy. You know, just the way in English we have syntax and the way English is structured is the same thing with coding languages. So anyone can learn, whether anyone, you know, those people even who are more successful are self-taught programmers. So you don't need to be a computer scientist. If you are interested in coding, there are so many online courses that you can learn. There's so many open online courses that are there that you can learn. You can learn online, but then also you can join different communities. You can join an innovation hub, and you can learn by doing a project. That really makes it more, you know, you will understand more than just learning without practicing. So I'll encourage you to go online. But then also, there are also other frameworks. There are different frameworks. There is the no-code framework, where you don't need to understand coding to be able to develop some of these programs. So you can, there's just dragging and dropping. I think Firebase, among others that are available, that actually you can build your application and without necessarily learning a programming language. Yes.
Thank you, Magdalene.
So thank you also. Just to respond to that question, you don't, sometimes in this incubation, you may be a non-coding incubation activity or in support. So you may have very minimal people who are interested in handling the part of the coding, but then you handle the rest of the other innovative aspect of the business. I'm sure, I'm sorry that we are very much tech biased because this is the enabler, but just consider this as an enabler. You still have the idea that is there. About the Women in Tech Innovation Challenge, this is a collaboration that we have been doing for the last 5 years with Standard Chartered Bank, trying to attract women entrepreneurs, women-led companies, women-led startups to be able to present ideas there. Unfortunately, we've been restricting this to Nairobi because of this nature of the sponsorship. Because Standard Chartered were more keen of expanding this beyond the region. So out of the lessons that I've learned in Nairobi, in Strathmore, they have opened the incubation challenge in Zambia, in Egypt, and I think they're doing some work in Malaysia. So through them, they are looking at the global one. And that's why I've challenged Moses here to ensure that we have a similar one supported by another partner in Kabarak so that she can be able to be participate in this. So I think this is a huge opportunity that we can be able to follow up, and there's some follow-up work that I need to provide to make sure that happens here. The other one is, are there applications in the health sector that are there? As pointed out, there are so many. And we have quite a number of opportunities there. Now that you're a pharmacist, I'm involved in some work on e-pharmacy regulation, a comparative study between Kenya and India. And now we are asking ourselves, what would be the model, ideal model of an online pharmacy that allows for non-abuse of prescriptions in that respect, and follow-up for failure of this. And there are huge innovative opportunities if you think very carefully about it. I think you can be one of the few guys who can be able to put this through as an output from Kabarak. I challenge you that by your 5th year, make sure you come up with something that can be available in the market. So I think that is there. I also want to echo the words of Prof about the innovation index that we are doing very well globally, etc. But we are still not solving our problems here in Kenya. So while we may look so nice globally, we still have what? Internal problems. So let the good picture continue that way, but let's look inwardly and try and solve these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for those very good responses. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in appreciating our panelists. Thank you. I now invite our panelists to kindly step down and take their seats. We are congregating here to carry on with the 4th day and the final day of the first edition of the Central Rift Innovation Week, an event that is inaugural at Kabarak University, hosted by this institution in collaboration with a number of partners, and I can see you able to see a number of these partners in here. We have several booths that are erected just by this venue. I would like to invite you to visit those booths and get to interact with the programs and services that are offered by the various partners that are congregated at the booths. Please ask them questions, get to know what the services they're offering. We have circles there, we have Kipi, Kikobo, we have Dandelion Africa, we have some people, Intelsoft, we have innovators, we have interesting innovations like the Lost and Found Document Center, and the director is seated in here, and a number of innovations out there. So please find time, a minute or two, to drop by when we come to a close of this event and just get to know whatever is happening in those various organizations. We appreciate our partners for the immense support, both kind and in kind, because it is because of you that we have come this far. We look to partner even more. We need to plan better. We need to do it earlier so that we can stage one of the best innovation weeks in the coming years. I am liking the kind of challenges being thrown at the participants of this event, especially members of the Kabarak University community, that we need to go beyond just hosting this innovation week to coming up with solutions to the actual problems that bedevil our society. If you're keen to have a critical eye, then you can be able to pick out quite a number of problems that are in our society. In future, we can come here and you can tell us that after this event, you identified a problem for which you can have provided a solution. Thank you. I am informed that we have a representative from the Rift Valley Innovation Center. I would like you to just wave to the crowd. Or better still, you can walk forward and just say hi, if that's okay with you. After he does the greeting, I will then give guidelines on what we do going forward. Please just tell us your name and a minute about the Rift Valley Innovation Center.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? So my name is Benjamin Towet. I'm a Rift Valley Innovation Center Manager. Also, I am the leader in North Rift Innovation Week, and we are planning it for, we'll be having it from 21st through 25th at Eldoret at Rubam Mall. So we kindly invite you, and I must say that you've done a very good job. That's why we are here. And we've come to learn and at least also invite you for our occasion. Otherwise, God bless you.
Thank you so much. We actually have a tent for the North Rift Innovation Week out there. It's bluish. I hope I'm getting the color correctly. It's light bluish, the shade of blue that is a little bit light. You can drop by their tent and ask questions about the Innovation Week that's coming up. The Nakuru box is located at the D&D house, 6th floor. Nakuru box are located on the 6th floor of the D&D house within Nakuru city town. So if you have time, you may pass by and you'll have a very comfortable space there. Please don't go to a hotel and be charged a lot of money. Go to an environment that's a lot conducive for you to be able to think critically and provide solutions. That is Nakuru Box. Ladies and gentlemen, we are drawing to the close of this function, and we are happy that all of you found time to come here. We've been streaming live on Facebook and YouTube, so ensure that you share the link, share the information that has been going on there. Do not forget to tweet and send messages on Facebook using the hashtag CRW2022 and hashtag Kabarak University, and of course just inform the global community about what we have been doing here. We will be taking a number of group photos, precisely 3 group photos. The first group photo will constitute all of us in this hall. So I'm going to, of course, when time comes in another few minutes, I'm going to get all of us to come over to the front so that we have this massive group photo, including everyone who is in this hall. I guess that will be the last photo. That will be the last photo. Then another one will be taken by the organizing committee of the Central Rift Innovation Week with all our guests who are with us. A group photo will include everyone. Then the next one will be by the organizing team of the CRIW 2022 with all the invited guests who are here with us. Then the last one, unless I'm advised otherwise, will be taken by members of the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Outreach with all the invited guests who are here with us. I hope I got it right, Madam Faith. Madam Faith Yator, I doubt you've been listening. Let me invite the director to guide us more, just in case I didn't get it right. Thank you so much. Dr. Thiga is the Director of Research, Innovation and Outreach, and the buck stops with him. Anything going wrong, he is responsible. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Thiga is currently on his annual leave, but this is how he spends his leave days. Yeah? We have Dr. Miriam Muga. We have Dr. Miriam Adoyo Muga, who is currently the Acting Director, Research, Innovation and Outreach I do not want to be given a memo to show cause if I do not recognize her presence and the kind of work she has done. Dr. Moga, you have an option of coming over to say hello, but you have also an option of standing up and saying hello to the crowds, whichever is most convenient to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walekwa, for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, I've been instructed to say hello. Hi. The next thing is just to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our students who have taken time to come here to attend this Central Rift Innovation Week. We are privileged to have you here. We are also privileged to have our guests here with us. This is an inaugural event, and for sure I can be able to tell you that we have learned so many things from this event, and I know that next year we'll be able to have a better event together with our partners, and I know my director can be able to attest to that. So thank you very much, and I hope we can be able to take this through to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moga. I will not receive a memo anymore. I've taken care of my job. So this is how we'll take the photos. We'll start with a bigger photo, which will include all of us. So I am going to kindly invite members who are in the audience, all of you, to gently walk to the front. I am hoping that we will fit here. Who is the paparazzi? Who is the photo guy? Okay, I hope. I would like you to guide me. Please just come over. We want to do this in a very short while, then we can break for lunch. I want guidance, please. Thank you. So I am guided that all of us can fit here. Let's start with this row. Just walk, please walk gently over here and take a position. Or we can sample. Can we sample? Or we can, yeah, please just come. Just make it quick. Make it quick. But if you feel uncomfortable, then you can sit. Let's have those who can come. Please come. Let's start with this row. We have started with this row. Please come. Okay. Hizi instructions ni ngumu kidogo. Or to crowd your photo haraka. All right? Okay. If we can put up the banners so that they are seen. Nisaidie. Beba tu gently. Gently. Weka juu hapa. Easy. Beba pole. Weke juu. Okay. Saidia kubeba hii bana, tuweke pale juu. Tafadhali. Pole. Gently. I am not sure we're going to fit here. So let's see. Ni mtol. Madam Phyllis, you're here. Karibu sana. Yeah, please stand somewhere. Asante. Wewe utasimama hapo mbele ndio onekane vizuri. Mackenzie. Yes. Stand somewhere. Yeah? Okay, please. Let's join the photo. Twende katikati. Hapo.
We need those things to be seen, huh? If you come on top, you squat. Yes.
So, tupeleke viti hapa mbele. Yeah, yeah. I request the guests to come to the front and kindly sit down. Okay. Members of the organizing committee may also sit. Yes.
The guests wakae mbele on the seats and then the organizing just immediately.
So I'm told the guests will sit down, then the organizing committee members will flank them. So, Dr. Thika, Mr. Ruoro, just at the back.
We can sit so we don't block them.
But if all of us can sit, the better. If we can remain seated, au wenye wameketi tafadhali baki. Yeah. Please, I hope the back entrance the door is locked and shut, so we don't have exodus. Naona ni kama Please do not exit the venue. Don't walk out. Please do not walk out. If you've been here, please do not walk out, unless if you must. But hold on a bit for guidance on how we go for lunch. Business Incubation. It's domiciled at the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Outreach, and it has a coordinator. I would like him to just come and wave and say hello. I think it's important. To be an injustice if we didn't recognize his efforts. Mr. Wilson Belongo.
The management of Kabarak University, Professor Kibas, Directorate of Research and Innovation, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine is just to say thank you. I do appreciate for participating in this inaugural event of Central Rift Innovation Week. It's the beginning, and let's carry on the movement. Thank you very much. Santeni.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will now give guidance on how we go for lunch. After that, I will ask Dr. Moses Thiga to give the official vote of thanks. Then I'll request Dr. Miriam Moga to give us the final prayer, the closing prayer for the event. We have our invited guests with whom we have had a photo, together with members of the organizing committee of the Central Rift Innovation Week. We shall have our lunch at the main university library, the Moi Library. So after we do the closing prayer, I will request us to use the exit door on my extreme left. Take a look at whatever is happening at all the tents, then walk to the library. We have our exhibitors and innovators and members who have come from different organizations that are partnering with us. I will invite you and members of staff of Kabarak University. I will invite you to exit through the exit door on my right to the tent just by this building. Our lunch is served at that tent. So please, after the closing prayer, walk through this door to the tent. Then we have students of Kabarak University who have been here for the last 4 days. You have been very good people. You are not coming here because of anything else. You have been coming because you wanted to learn something. And I want to believe that you go back to your reading and learning richer at knowledge than you came. Dr. Thiga will thank you, but I am very grateful to you for making time to come here and provide us and honor us with that very valuable audience. We want to be a little bit organized today, unlike yesterday. So you'll be issued with your meal card while in here. Okay, so don't exit because the doors at the back, I think, are closed, if I am not wrong. So that after you receive your meal card, then you go with it to the university mess for your lunch. We are splitting, not because some food is better than another, but because of space. So we just want us to be comfortable, all of us to be comfortable wherever we shall be. Sometimes when I sit with very senior people, I become very uncomfortable. I don't eat comfortably. I don't feel up properly. So we want everyone to be in their, almost like in their natural space so that you're comfortable while, partaking of the sumptuous lunch. I hope those instructions are clear. I now want to invite Dr. Moses Thiga, the Director, Research, Innovation and Outreach, who is currently on leave, to kindly come over and offer a vote of thanks.
Thank you. These are kind of things I do when I rest, things that are fun, things that make a difference. Good afternoon. Students, has this made a difference? Has it? Have you learned something? Awesome. Because that's the reason we did all this. Not because we have made it ourselves, but because you have way many more years than us to hang around this side of the sun. Aren't you amazed that an elderly, gray-haired gentleman can find time to come and inspire you? Dad, did that sound nice? Did it? Yes. Thank you very much. You really were and continue to be our chief guests in these events. We organize them for you, not for anyone else, not for ourselves. Yeah? We go to those pains, we burn the midnight oil for you. And thank you for being here. Thank you. And we are looking forward next year to giving you this platform to share with us what it is you have learned, what it is you've been able to achieve as a result of this engagement. I want to thank all our speakers, both present and in absentia, for taking time to come and share with us from their wealth of knowledge. Many traveled far to come here, and they spent time, they spent money, and they came to inspire you, the students. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to thank our partners, very many of them who came, who sponsored, who gave in cash and kind for this event to be what it is this year. Let's give them a round of applause. Last but not least, I want to thank the organizing team from the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Outreach, with an overlap on the Innovation and Business Incubation Committee and the School of Science, Engineering and Technology, that's specifically the Department of Computer Science and IT, the organizing team. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They literally burnt the midnight oil. I recall meetings that went up to 11 in the night, you know, just thinking through these and planning and doing updates and getting the designs right, and, you know, they really did burn the midnight oil. Let's give them another round of applause. And of course, last but not least, to the Almighty God for giving us breath and life and health to be able to see it today. Yeah? And part of that organizing team, my apologies, forgot to mention the university management who have really supported this. You know, really, nothing much can happen without their blessings and their support. So let's also appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all with your friend and another friend in Central Rift 2023. We'll be announcing the plans and the dates in a few weeks. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for the vote of thanks. I am guided that our students will exit through the back doors, and you are encouraged not to scramble. We have enough cards, so enough lunch for all of us who are in here. So none of us is going to miss. Hakuna mtu atainama leo na kuinama. Asante sana. So tukimaliza, wakishaomba, unatoka polepole through the back door, utapewa card, alafu utoke. So we don't want whatever happened yesterday to happen today. So those of us who've been sitting here to follow the proceedings, you need to be given lunch. So tukimaliza utatoka. At this point, let me invite Dr. Miriam Muga, the Acting Director, RIO, to give us a closing prayer. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olekwa. I know I'm here to pray, but I just want to say one thing. And the thing I want to say is to our director. You know, he has appreciated the directorate in general, but having someone who is on leave, to take his time off leave, to ensure and to, would I say, push the team from behind and make sure that something happens. That is a great leader. Ama nimedanganya? Nimedanganya? Can we give a round of applause to our director? Even when you are acting and you are told organize, na hakuna mtu mwenye anakushika mkono, haitafanyika, si ndio? So I don't want to take all the credit. I have to divide the credit in half and give him some, because he has done an awesome job. Thank you very much. So I can now pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, we want to thank you for this opportunity that you have given us in this life. We want to thank you for the opportunity to witness the inaugural Central Rift Innovation Week. We thank you for all the participants that have been able to attend this week. We thank you for all our partners who have considered to support us in different ways. Lord, we pray that even as we close this event, that you may bless each one of us, that you may lead us so that we can be able to know what to do to improve our economy, to improve the life of all Kenyans, and to solve the problems that we have right now. Dear Jesus, as we get into the weekend, help us to get into this weekend with ideas, so that come 2023, that we may be able to present these ideas that we have from all the lessons that we have learned from this Central Rift Innovation Week. Bless each one of us as we depart from this place, and may your will be done in our lives. For we ask these things in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Muga, for the closing prayer. I now invite our guests to kindly exit at own pleasure through my extreme left door. Please spend a minute at each of the tents. Please spend a minute at each of the tents. I invite our exhibitors